Good morning, and welcome to another beautiful day in Rapid City as we begin another day with great cattle and even better kiddos. Will you please stand for the playing of our national anthem?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
Now we are ready to rally to Rushmore and get on with our Neogen Ultimate Show today. Throughout the show today, Mark will be taking the microphone and kind of explaining what's going on and how everything works within this show. We're going to start class 1 with 4 entries. These are January 2nd through January 30th females. First, we have entry number 1, LAGC, Little Wheezy Anna. Entry number 2 is Barry's Lights Out. Entry number 5, KCLM, Lady May. And entry number 6, Barry's Late Night. Once again, this is class 1 of our Neogen Ultimate Show, January 2nd through January 30th, females.
Good morning. I'd like to thank and welcome Jake Scott here. And just so you're aware, we're going to chime in from time to time through the show and try to explain how we're doing things up here. This is our second year, And I know you guys spend a lot of money, but these shows on the P&Gs are taking off across the country. And what's happened is after we checked cattle in on Sunday, all those cattle that got here, and when we got the scratches off, we did the EPD data download, and the girls got that back off to Jake there Sunday. So he had a chance. We give him till 3 o'clock yesterday to go get those back to us, and he makes all his genotype placing. So that's all in the computer, and we know how he's got these cattle placed on genotype. The way this contest works is once he gets through now, and this is a cattleman part of it, of course, he's just judging strictly phenotype. The gals will enter that placing, so we get a combined low score, and that's the overall class winner and how we place the final class, okay? Phenotype breaks the ties. If there's ties in here in brackets on cattle and the low scores or the combined scores are tied, the phenotype breaks the tie for the class and overall winner. He does not look at EPDs today. He's just going to visual place these cattle, and then he'll get the EPDs after to help him talk the class, and he gets the EPDs also when he does division champions and the champion drive. So this is a process as we go through it. Our association, as others, spends a lot of time and money on our single step evaluation, and you know what genomics cost. The thing of it is today, there's a lot of folks in the commercial business that won't buy cattle unless you've had the genotype done. The marker effects and the accuracies it adds to the cattle, it gets you there quicker. When you get that accuracy back on that genotype animal, it'll jump from like 0.2 up to 0.4, almost 0.45 once a genotype's applied. The way the genotype works is, and why they're so valuable, it's an early peek into what's going to happen on your weight trait, your carcass data, and most of every EPD that we've got genomically enhanced now. So you're going to get some differences back on your EPDs. Sometimes they'll improve, sometimes they'll decrease, but that's based on marker effects that makes that swing. You can see birth weights jump from, say, a 1 pound birth weight EPD basically up sometimes as high as 3 or 3.5, and that means it's got the marker effects to spit bigger calves out. And we noticed that the second year after we started genotyping cattle back in 2015, and that lets me know as a breeder, that's when I don't have to wait and keep and feed and wait for progeny to verify that EPD. All that still happens, but it gives you a quicker look into what that animal's going to do. It's like a warranty on a pickup, and we talked about an EPD that went bad. There's some cattle that get better, and you find out quicker as well once you genotype the cattle. So those marker effects aren't magic. This stuff does work, and our single step cattle evaluation is a lot better today because of all the DNA we do. And if you're selling commercial cattle, you're about going to have to do it because a lot of these commercial ranches won't buy those cattle until they know that accuracy on that EPD's there and they're getting what they pay for. So you've still got to be a cattleman, and you've still got to go ahead and visually sort the cattle. You got to do all things. But that's how we're doing it today, and I'm going to have Allison talk a little bit as we go through the day as well. Once he gets his cattle lined up on his phenotype placing, we'll do the calculation, and then we'll line the cattle back in a circle, and Riley's going to go out and pull them from top to bottom to give you the indication of the overall final placing. So it should be a good, fun day. Thank you again, Jake.
All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your ultimate Neogen phenotype, genotype show here. Really happy to be with you this morning. And we have been involved with this, my family and I, competing in these competitions. But as for most judges who judge shows, these are new to us too. And so these are exciting shows, and you make your phenotype placing, like Mark explained, the genotype placing's already been made, and then we see how it all shakes out. And the young man in the cowboy hat that actually placed second phenotypically this morning ends up moving to the top of the class because of this heifer's advantages on paper. And I hope those of you watching along ringside with interest have a copy of these EPDs, and you can follow along for yourself. But this is a heifer that's one of the two heifers in class that has a lot of performance and meat and muscle and mass to her. I probably like this heifer best just in terms of her parts and pieces. You like your weight per day of age, you like the growth, you like the performance that she has. But you look at her rib cage, and there's a lot of body, there's a lot of depth, there's a lot of shape to that rib cage. She's good down in the lower third of her body. You get behind her and you find a heifer that's built wide through her chest, wide through the center of her body. She's certainly wide out from hooks to pins. Probably has as much true width from end to end as anything in here. What you like about her, sometimes you also wish you could change about her. She has so much width, especially off of those rear legs. Sometimes she can bow about the hock a little bit as she walks away from you. Along with that extra power and performance, she probably gives up just a tick of balance compared to a couple other heifers in the class. As you study her from the side, the way she attaches the point of her shoulder, from her shoulder into the top line, we could neaten that up, we could strengthen that up. That would give her even more design and phenotype that she has. But a really stout kind of a heifer with an equally stout EPD profile. The one that I call the nicest balanced heifer in class, and the one that was my favorite phenotypically, ends up second in the contest today when combined with the EPD data. This is the heifer that I think is the most complete and fault-free of the entire group. She's certainly my favorite from a design standpoint. That's not to say that she's the most chiseled out, but I love her balance. I love the symmetry. I love the way everything fits together. The heifer's got a good shoulder, a good neck set. I really like the rib cage and the way her shoulder goes into that rib cage with width in her forerib, strength at the top of her skeleton, lots of depth and turn to that and mass to that rib in the lower third there. Very maternal, very attractive, a long level hip. She's probably not quite as opened up from behind in terms of her thickness and her hip as the heifer that wins the class, but there's enough there for me. I think a really nice heifer, and particularly from a phenotype standpoint, my favorite in class. The heifers that I think were a bit more challenging for me are the heifers that end up third and fourth. Phenotypically, I had reversed them. The young man gets an advantage because of his paperwork and moves from fourth to third with a big framed heifer, a long-sided heifer, a heifer that's got good growth, good extension. She is one of the more refined, more chiseled out heifers. She's really raw and green in her condition today, very fresh. I just like to change her in the way she moves. Stouten her up a little bit in terms of her bone work and her structure, free her up in the way that she moves. I think the heifer that ends up fourth ends up being, for me, one of the two nicest balanced, most attractive, most striking heifers from the profile, ultra feminine up through the front third of her body, long and extended and pretty headed. She puts a beautiful shadow on the ground with a great silhouette, but a heifer that I'd like to change in terms of the way that she moves. She's more restricted off of her rear legs. You see that in her top line as it wants to rise as she goes around the ring, but an awfully nice heifer to complete our very first class this morning. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And the results for Class 1. First place goes to entry number 2, Barry's Lights Out, shown by Radley Buried of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place goes to entry number 5, KCLM Lady May, shown by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 6, Barry's Late Night, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And fourth place goes to entry number 1, LAGC Louisiana, shown by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. If you're following along in the program, the order goes 4, 1, 2, 3. We have a single class entry for class number 2. This is a December 17th female, JTBW, Cookie Crisp.
If you'll also notice in your show programs this year, we've got the percentile rankings on the EPDs below the EPD in the right column. So if you're trying to pay attention to those percentile ranks and trying to understand what Jake's doing out here today, they're on your show program as well. When the show's all finished, we'll give you guys copies of this after the girls get it printed later today, and you can go through and see how cattle flipped on their pheno and genotype placing based off the combined score as well. So if you're in doubt, also I know we had questions last year about splitting the pures and the NXs off the Limflex cattle, but we're not big enough quite to do that yet. I think we only had 6 purebreds in this show and 11 high percentage NX cattle. So he's got all 3 percentile rankings, and rest assured, Jake's judged enough of these cattle and knows EPDs. He referenced all 3 of those different cattle classifications for the percentile ranks on purebreds, high percentage, and Limflex cattle. So all that's in there, and basically when we get done today, we'll try to get those printed and handed back out through the barn so you can actually see the final tallies on everything.
Well, this young man drew an excellent class to be in this morning. There's not quite the same anticipation waiting for the tabulations and the final placing, but I'm glad that he is a class winner here at your Junior Nationals this summer because he brought us a nice December heifer to look at. I like this heifer. I think she's complete. I think she's fault-free. I love the condition that she's presented in here for her age today. I like that heifer in terms of her size and her length and the way she's put together. We'll see show heifers throughout the week that probably have more of that real chiseled out silhouette, but that's not to say hers isn't good. I think she comes together nicely with good body, good muscle, good bone, especially like the way that she handles herself on the move. We might tone her down in her tail head just a little bit if we want to get picky on her, but I think that's a really, really fault-free, complete heifer that's got all the right parts and pieces for me to go on and mature into an excellent bred heifer and then a cow. Congratulations on having a class winning heifer here this morning.
And your results for Class 2, first place goes to entry number 9, JTBW Cookie Crisp, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Next in, we have Class 3. Class 3 is November 2nd through November 27th, females. First in, entry 11, ELCX Keisha. Entry number 12 is a scratch. In your program, scratch entry 12. Entry 13 is MKJM ELCX Charmer. Entry 15, DLCN Kipper. Entry 18, NCC Kiki. Entry 19 is Springs Creek Kiera. And entry 20 is TASF Kerrigan. Once again, these are females born November 2nd through 27th, and this is Class 3. I do want to take a minute to announce or introduce our judge for today's Neogen Ultimate Show, Jake Scott, who lives in Gordon, Nebraska, where he works with his wife Cammie and their 2 daughters, Peyton and Harper, on their family ranching operation, Krebs Ranch. Krebs Ranch is a purebred Angus program located in the Nebraska Sandhills that produces 400 bulls annually for registered and commercial ranches across America. Jake graduated from Connors State College and Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team at each school. He has judged major breed and jackpot shows across the country and is very grateful to be a part of this event. Please help me welcome Mr. Jake Scott. Don't forget, while you're watching the shows this week, to make sure and stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction and basket raffle tables and purchase your tickets. These are right over here in the corner. The Lemmy Boosters are supported by two fundraisers every year, the Lemmy Booster Preferred Seating and the Silent Auction Basket Raffle. These funds are used to provide scholarships to our juniors through the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program. They also provide grants to state associations, and they give a gift to exhibitors during opening ceremonies. Please support your Lemmy Boosters. The drawing for the baskets will be held during Thursday afternoon's show. I do want exhibitors to also note that we will be doing division, reserve, and third place for divisions, so we will be taking the top 3 in every division. So just keep that in mind as you are being placed, and come back for division champions, that we will be doing 3 places in each division.
All right, I told the junior board members it's like we need a big wheel that we spin out here after we place these things and see what the final placing is going to be. It's just as much anticipation for me as it is you guys watching. So this is neat that we have a heifer that wins it phenotypically and also wins it in terms of her genomics and her EPD profile. And to me, that's the name of the game. And I think what we're all driving at here breeding these cattle, whatever breed they are. I like this heifer a bunch. Obviously, she was my class winner on visual appraisal, but I like her even more that I have a second chance to take a peek at this EPD profile. To start with her in terms of what we see out here in the ring on the hoof, I think this heifer compared to the heifer that was in second is a tremendously sound structured, good-bodied heifer that in particular has a little advantage in terms of her forerib, the depth and the fullness that she has up there in the front part of that rib cage, and compared to that heifer that phenotypically was second, I like the design of her from hooks to pins. Her pins set up there more nearly level and square than did that heifer in second. I think she's got a real attractive maternal build to her. I like her probably best on the move when you see just how long-strided and flexible and sound that she is. And she combines that with a real, I think, balanced EPD profile. Not extreme in any one area, but real complete in about all of them. And again, I just love it when heifers are so good on paper and in person as this heifer is. Did a little switching there in my evaluation in second and third. The heifer that I actually placed third ends up second today, and it's kind of interesting. The things that I like about her visually is confirmed by this data that we see in our hands this morning. You look at her and you say, well, that's a big framed, high growth heifer, and you look at her EPDs and it tells you the exact same thing. On paper, she's one of the growthy, big weaning weight, big yearling weight heifers that we have to evaluate, and you look at her and that's exactly what I see here. A big frame, tall fronted heifer that's extremely long-sided. She's especially long from hooks to pins. I love her when you get behind her and you see that big, thick, meaty top that she has, a real stout, beefy hip in that female. She's got good bone to her. I like her best on the stand. I think when this heifer moves, she maybe doesn't track out with quite the length of stride or the flexibility and the softness in her spine that our class-winning heifer does, and that's where I'd change her a little bit today. But I won't want to change a thing about that presence and the profile that she has, the growth and the muscle that she brings, along with this good EPD tabulation. The heifer that I placed second visually ends up third in this class when we combine it with the paperwork, and I still think we have to appreciate her a lot from a visual standpoint. I consider her the second soundest structured heifer in the class. When you get them out on the move, I think she does so with more comfort and ease and length than some others in here. And I think she's probably the one that's most comparable to my class winner in terms of her build and her design. Really attractive up through the front third of her body. Good depth in the center part of her rib there. A little more expression of muscle for me than our class winner. When you watch her, you see some crease and some bulge in that stifle and in that hip, and I like that about her. I think there's probably more true width when you get in behind her than that class winner. But on the other side of the coin, with that extra muscle comes just a slight bit of roundness from hooks to pins. Don't hear me call her round-hipped. I'm not saying that at all. But by comparison, doesn't sit up there square in her pins as that class-winning heifer did, and doesn't offer quite the same growth and size and performance as the heifer that placed second to her today, but a real good heifer, and one of my two favorites from a pure phenotype standpoint. Now we move on to the class, and if memory serves, this is the heifer that I placed down one spot, but as we study her and look at her from her EPDs, her EPD package, she gets a bump up, and I think that's just a solid meat and potatoes kind of heifer. She checks all the boxes for having growth, for having length, for having some muscle, having some body. I don't think she puts it together in quite as neat of a package as other heifers in this class does, but still yet from just a fundamental standpoint of being functional, of being sound, of of having the potential to make a really good, productive replacement. I think she does all those things. You might add to that just a little bit of that show ring pizzazz. I would like to change her a little bit in the way that she moves and flexes off her hock and pastern, but some real good parts and pieces to that heifer there. Young lady's heifer that's pulling out next is a real thick-topped heifer. I love her from a muscle standpoint. Great, big, thick, meaty, beefy top in this heifer. And, everywhere you look at this heifer, you see shape. You see shape, you see bulge, you see turn of muscle, see it on the stand, you see it when she moves. And so from a real power standpoint, I appreciate that. I think it works against her slightly when you study her in terms of her body, and especially back in that rear rib and flank. I think she'd be more competitive with more volume back there. She, like the heifer in front of her, is one that could move out just a little better for me as you study her down her top and in her hip and the way she handles herself off those rear legs. And then a thicker-haired heifer completes the class. Now, this is a heifer in a lot of ways I think's got a lot of future to her. This heifer's got really some interesting parts and pieces to her. Really long-fronted and good in that shoulder. She's strong down her top. She's better than some other heifers in this class in terms of the design of her hip, levelness of her hip. Today she gets a little out-measured, and I think that's mostly because she's young and green. She'll get over that in time as she matures and develops and gets into calf. I think that one competes more and more in these same classes going forward. So I wish this young lady the best of luck. I think she's got one that just needs a little time, and time's going to be her friend. Congratulations to you all. Give them a nice round of applause.
And your results for Class 3. First place goes to entry 13, MKJM ELX Charmer, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 18, NCC Kiki, shown by Riley Doucette of Cassville, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 11, ELCX Keisha, shown by Delilah Lover of Hillsville, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry 19, Springs Creek Kiera, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Fourth place goes to entry 20, TASF Kerrigan, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. And sixth place goes to entry 15, DLCN Kipper, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. If you're following along in the program, the order is 3, scratch, 1, 6, 2, turn your page, 4, 5. Now in the ring, we have our Division 1 selection. Remember, we are doing champion, reserve champion, and third place for Division 1. First in, we have entry number 2, Barry's Lights Out, a January 28th female. From Class 2, we have entry number 9, a December 17th female, JTBW Cookie Crisp. And from Class 3, we have entry 13, a November 20th female, MKJM ELCX Charmer. Second in those divisions, or in those classes, is entry number 5, KCLM Lady May. And entry number 18, NCC Kiki. Once again, this is your selection of Division 1, champion, reserve, and third place. Don't forget to let those families and friends back home to know that we are doing a live broadcast. They go to liveauctions.tv and can watch the show online.
Well, folks, if you're watching ringside, let's start off by giving these kiddos a nice round of applause this morning in our first division. Very nicely done to them all. Competitive and difficult. I don't mind ever saying that something's hard when it's hard, and these classes are hard to balance up the phenotype and the genotype, and it is as much a game of chance as anything that happens in the show ring, and that's one of the reasons my family and I love it so much, and we compete in this show and our breeds. But boy, you never know what's going to happen, and I think everybody's darn sure got a chance of winning at these things, and that's part of what I like so much about them. And you know, the heifer that won that first class, she was dominant in terms of her EPD profile, and as you see her out here in this division, she's one of the most dominant on paper that we see out here. She's a heifer that's also extremely heavy muscled. She's high performing. There's a lot of shape to her. What you like about her is sometimes what you would also change about her. She's not the sharpest designed heifer out here. She's got a little more shoulder, doesn't blend as nicely from her shoulder to her forerib. She's a little higher twisted and handles those back legs with a little more bow than what I prefer. But from a mass and power and performance standpoint visually, I really, really admire that one, and you have to admire the paperwork that goes along with her. Young man in the second position came out of a single entry class with his December heifer, but I'm glad he's out here. His heifer looks the part. It's a nice designed heifer that's attractive. She's got the right pieces in the right places. She's long. She's really genuine in her body condition and in the flesh she's presented in. She's one of the sound structured ones in this lineup, and I think although that she didn't have competition in that class, when you compare her to some others, their EPD profile I think is balanced. I think it's a very reasonable set of data that goes along with her. So that's a nice heifer out here in this lineup. The young lady's heifer that came out of the last class, and this lineup is my favorite visually. I think that's the one that's, from the way that we all want them to look, we could probably all agree she's got a lot of positives. That's a really good-bodied, massive kind of a female with a lot of depth to her. I love the length of hip, and not only the length of hip, but the squareness and levelness of hip that she has. Everybody sees these front ends differently these days. For me, that's a fine front end for a female to have. I think she's very productive and broody in her kind. Enough muscle, but we've seen others that have more, but I think she's got enough. And I think the decision that you have to make is when you look at her EPD profile, if those have enough power to suit everybody. And, you know, I think the tendency is when you're judging just the paperwork, as I did yesterday, the ones that have the highest EPDs, you're gonna like a little better. When it comes to picking these divisions and these class winners, I prefer to take a balanced approach. And I don't want to get hung up on just the way they look any more than I want to get hung up on just the way they read. And I think a balanced approach is a sensible approach. And for me, the combination of phenotype with what I consider to be still a solid, balanced EPD profile makes the young lady's heifer out of the third class my favorite for today and your division champion. Congratulations.
In your Division I Limousin champion is entry number 13, MKJM ELCX Charmer, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky.
Well, for me, it's a tough division, as I already said, and I don't think the decision gets any easier for me as you look out here for reserve. There's heifers phenotypically that I'm really, really drawn to, and then there's heifers on paper that I'm really drawn to, and in this instance, they don't happen to be the same heifer. But for me, I think in in the particular show that we're judging here where we need to consider both, or it's my job to consider both. I love the parts and pieces in this heifer up here out of that first class, and although admittedly they don't always fit together as nicely as some others in the lineup, I think she's got a set of papers that can't be denied, and I want to be respectful of those and give her credit for those. Today she's your reserve champion heifer. Congratulations, young man.
Your reserve champion for Division 1 is entry number 2, Barry's Lights Out, shown by Bradley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And third place overall for Division 1 goes to entry number 5, KCLM Lady May, shown by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Next in, we start our Division 2 with Class 4. 3 entries in Class 4. These are October 6th through October 17th females. First in, we should have entry 22. KCLM Kiss Me More. Next we have entry 23, CBHS Kara. And entry 24, Barry's Crazy Beautiful. Once again, this is Class 4. Females October 6th through 17th.
We're going to talk a little bit throughout the day as we go through this with the money you spend on genotypes and more reasons why they're so valuable. And since we started genotyping cattle in 2015, as you know, all of our EPD run comes out of IGS up in Bozeman, Montana, and that's representative of 26, or actually 25 breeds of cattle. And those EPDs are crossbreed comparable now since they're all spun against one another up there in Bozeman. The value of these, we talked about the accuracies. When we genotype animals now with the marker panels trained the way they are, when you get an EPD back on your birth weight after they've been genotyped, that's the equivalent now of 22 babies already on the ground for the birth weight trait. On the wean weight, it's the equivalency of having 25 calves on the ground. Yearling weight, 25 as well. Cavities direct, it increases 25 heads. So the minute you get that back, that's a pretty big jump. Some of these cattle, it takes a few years to get 25 babies and get that in the data. When they spin data now on your EPD, it's a combination of the pedigree, the performance data for the weight trait data, and all the other traits that you turn in. If you scan cattle, your ultrasound data, the accuracy goes up. And you need to continue to do that because that's what trains the marker panels for the genomic profile. In our carcass weight, we've got an advantage in Limousin because we've got nearly 140,000 cattle now in our herd book, which is by far and away. We're lucky we've got some cattle feeders in this breed, and they've turned in that kill data on those cattle, so that flows through the pedigree. So if you've got sons or daughters out of some of these cattle and sires, that have got that actual harvest data combined with ultrasound data, it really jumps the accuracies. Now, the carcass traits, when you get the equivalency on the carcass weight EPD of about 6 to 8 cattle, ribeyes 6 to 8, marblings 8 to 10 in our breed, and fat thickness, that EPD is like the equivalency already having on back fat 8 to 11 babies on the ground. Docility jumps like 25 head. So when you're turning that data in, there's been some talk in the industry, well, if I'm getting them genotyped, maybe I don't need to turn in my performance data. Yes, you do. If you're in the business of trying to make commercial cattle, you want that combination, and you still want that weight trait data in there because it can help swing things around, and a lot of time that's in your favor, and it darn sure increases your accuracies on these EPDs. So not trying to get windy, we're just trying to do some education. We've got, and I'm going to have Allison talk some this morning too through these EPDs, and we'll do it in a digital beef workshop this afternoon, but we're all in the business of trying to make better breeders and use all the money and data that we've spent and collected to try to improve our cattle as quick as we can. Don't think that we're just trying to push one side. You still, as Jake said, have got to be cattlemen. Get out here and evaluate your phenotypes and use that in combination with your EPD data as you're trying to make cattle that the commercial cattlemen can use today. So it's not strictly EPDs we're talking about. We realize you need to be a cattleman and evaluate those cattle with their structure and eye over the fence.
Well, this is cool. As I said in the last class, I think everybody's goal breeding cattle, whatever breed you breed, is to get the cattle as good on paper as they are on the hoof. And here's an example where my placings and the paperwork lined up pretty closely, especially with the young lady heifer that ends up winning the class here. To start with it, I think you got to recognize that this is a heifer that's awfully good in terms of her growth and performance numbers. And what I like about that in relation to this class, and you guys are going to have to forgive me, I'm just checking some back tag numbers to make sure I'm on the right line here. What I like about this class, and after I see the paperwork matched up with the cattle, is, in my mind, when I was placing them, I had to make a decision if this heifer had enough growth to compete with the big red heifer that I placed second. And at the end of the day, in my mind, I said, yeah, she does. That's not a little heifer. The other heifer is just especially large and stout. But then I look at the EPD profile and the genomics on this number 22 heifer, and I see they're outstanding, which gives me even more confidence in what I see with my eye is true and validated by some genomic work. So that's very satisfying. Her marbling EPDs and her carcass EPDs are excellent. And to see good carcass cattle with good phenotype is especially gratifying to me. Sometimes, at least in our breed, those don't necessarily always go hand in hand. And so what I like about this heifer visually is how good she is from a profile. Her balance and her design and her neatness and her femininity is the best of any in the class. I like the depth of side that she has. I like her pattern, her levelness of lines, the smoothness of side that she has as you study her from her neck to her shoulder to her body and back through that hip. Everything blends and flows nicely together. She's a really sound structured heifer, and one that now that we combine everything, I'm extra happy to see leave here as a class-winning heifer today. The young man's heifer that places second visually and combined as well is no doubt the stout, high-performing heifer in the class. Big old long-sided heifer that is just chock full of red meat and muscle, great big old loin in her, but man, when you get in behind her and you see that hip and you see that thickness and you see that width, she really fills your eyes up. There's a lot of true power in that heifer. Now, along with that power comes a little extra shoulder. Comes a little more crest and thickness up at her neck. Comes a little more navel underneath her. That's a trade-off that's not surprising, but it's noteworthy in this class, and it's something that you wish maybe you could clean up just a little bit about her. But I tell you what I like, for as much stoutness and power as that one has in her, I really like how she still handles herself off of her back legs. And although she's not the most extreme one on paper, I still think you have to call her balanced and very acceptable. I think she's got a very reasonable EPD set. The heifer that comes in third is the most moderate heifer that we have out here. She's really one that has the appearance of an easy doer, an easy keeper, lots of depth of rib, especially down in the lower third of that rib cage. Man, she's got some drop and some turn and some power down in that rib cage. A heifer I think's got a pretty maternal look, and as you check her out on EPDs there, I think one that maybe indicates she's got a little more growth than maybe what she reads visually. You know, you look at that EPD profile, and she ranks up there pretty good on growth, but visually, I'd like to see her maybe express a little bit more of it out here in the ring today in terms of her stature and her height at her shoulder and her length of body, but I wouldn't want to change a thing about the width and the body and the stoutness that one has. I think it's noteworthy to say she probably doesn't have the same bone, doesn't have the same freedom of movement as a few of those others, but an awfully good one that has a lot of power in terms of her rib and in terms of her hip. That's a fun class to judge. Not a last place heifer in this class by any means. Congratulations to all three of you.
And your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 22, KCLM Kiss Me More, shown by Kenley Cullum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 24, Berry's Crazy Beautiful, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And third place goes to entry 23, CBHS Cara, shown by Corbin Brockus from Holden, Missouri. If you're following in your program, Class 4, the order was 1, 3, 2. Now entering the ring, we have class number 5. These females were born September 1st through September 26th. First in, we have entry 26, MINO Knockout. Entry 29, MTDL Caked. Entry 30, Berries Candy Crush. Entry 31, CELL 2390K. Entry 33, MINO Calamity Jane. And entry 34, LFL Candy Kiss. Once again, this is Class 5, females born September 1st through 26th. Also, don't forget, Mallory has sent out that if you have any corrections for the OWN show on Thursday, those are due immediately. Any and all corrections for the OWN show Thursday need to be submitted now.
Okay, I'm lucky at now if I've got a tremendous staff with these girls up here, but I'm going to have Allison, and you know both Allison and Tammy work in the DNA department, but Allison's going to go through some of these EPDs and be a little bit more of what they are and why we use them as we go through the show. So Allison, go ahead and say your piece, buddy.
So as you guys know, we're using a pretty diverse set of EPDs on these cattle. And when you sit down and look at them, we'll just kind of go over a couple of them and see what do they actually mean. So the first one that I like to talk about is calving ease direct. So that calving ease direct is going to be the direct effect of that bull. Thanks. The direct calving ease of when you use that bull on cows, the calving ease of those heifers and cows that are calving out right there. Then you've got your birth weight. Your birth weight EPD and your calving ease direct EPD are going to be correlated to each other. So that's going to be the weight of your calf. So obviously if your calf is smaller, your calving ease is going to go up. So you've got a negative correlation between birth weight and calving ease direct. And then you've got your weaning weight. That's pretty self-explanatory. How much does that calf weigh at weaning? Then yearling weight, how much is that calf going to weigh at yearling? The total maternal EPD, TM, that's a little more complex. So we're actually taking half of our weaning weight EPD and we're adding it to our milk EPD. So that's going to be a measure of that female's total maternal production EPD. Then your SC is going to be your scrotal circumference. And as you guys know, the higher the scrotal circumference on those bulls, the higher the fertility of those heifer calves. Lower age, they're going to reach puberty and hopefully produce for you quicker. Your stayability EPD, that's going to be the production of that cow in the herd until age 6. So how long is she going to stay in the herd? Is she producing calves every year? And this EPD is it's really important that you are reporting performance data on each cow for every calf she has, because that's really going to affect your stayability EPD. So make sure if she has a calf, it has to be reported, because we want to reflect that stayability EPD as accurately as we can. It's there for you guys to use, so we want to make sure all the data is in there that could possibly be in there. And then your docility EPD, which we were the first breed to start reporting docility scores, and we've developed that EPD over time. And so that's going to be the docility of the cattle, the crazy scale. Make sure that you guys, when you're reporting your weaning weights, yearling weights, make sure that you guys are assigning docility scores to those calves so we can, again, improve those EPDs, because the more data we have, the better the tool that's going to be for you.
Well, like I said earlier, I'm just sitting here watching this almost like a spectator, wondering what's going to happen after we combine the two scores together. And so this is cool. I don't think we switched to single placing on this, which is, I think that's a great verification of the credibility your EPD system, your genomic system has, and is that, at least to this judge's eye, the cattle match the papers awfully well. And I think this heifer that wins it is a neat one, especially when you look at that number profile that she has. When you study the CED, you study the weaning weight, the yearling weight, the MTI that she has, the mainstay terminal index, really competitive in this class. The milk staying up there at a good level. Marbling is really good in this class, but visually, she's one that to me just scrapes and claws herself into first place in a top trio of heifers in my mind that are pretty doggone competitive. And what I like about this heifer compared to the heifers that are second and third to her today is that I think this heifer's got a lot of quality. I think she's got a lot of freshness. And compared to that heifer in second, I like the muscle that I see in her just a notch better. Now, you look at this heifer and compare to that heifer in second, the first thing I'm going to tell you is she's not as massive in her rib cage, but it's not just a deep-bellied contest for me. I think you got to take into consideration the balance and the smoothness that this heifer has. I like the design of her shoulder a little better than that heifer in second. I certainly like the strength and levelness down her top, and I don't mean that just from a silhouette standpoint. Also, when you get behind her, I like the expression and the thickness and the width that comes out of her shoulder blade, across her rib and loin, back there from her hooks to pins. I think there's more beefiness and more product in this heifer. More width at both ends of her skeleton, especially at the hock and the ground there. I really like that about her. But still gives you a nice look. Still looks like a female, still has quality. If we're going to nitpick on her, I'd say the same thing I'm going to probably say about the heifer in second. I'd see her move just a nickel better off that hind leg today, but that's a nitpick criticism. That heifer moves plenty good, and I think it's awfully neat that she combines it with the kind of EPD profile that she does. So congratulations. That's a good win for you, young man. The heifer in second, as I said, no doubt, the most impressive one in this class from a body standpoint. Love all that depth of rib, especially in that lower third of her rib cage. Boy, she's so deep in her forerib. She's so full and dropped down right there in the middle of her belly and back through that rear rib and flank. She's the big heifer in this class, too, in terms of her performance, in terms of her length of body. All those things are really impressive. Again, in a competitive top three heifers here, I think as you study her, for me, she doesn't blend quite as nicely the top of that shoulder into her top line, into that forerib as our class winner. She's one that I'd like to see handle her hock just a little different. At times she's a little stiff and restricted, maybe carries that hock behind her a little more, but no doubt a massive bodied heifer. The third place heifer, when we want to talk about soundness of structure, she wins the contest for me. She's a pleasure to watch walk around the ring, and she carries herself not only with a little more flexibility, but also with a level of freshness that's more like what we see in her class winner. I think she's a fresher haired, fresher conditioned, just fresher appearing heifer throughout than that heifer in second. And I say all that to say this, I think she's the dark horse in this race to kind of watch on into the fall and into the winter. I could see her maturing and getting better and more competitive with those heifers in first and second. Nonetheless, today she reads just a little flatter in that hip, not as much width at her hock or at the ground, but again, I think time's going to be her friend, and I think she's got a lot of room to run. Boy, a heifer that catches your eye on paper and from an EPD profile is this cute little young lady here in fourth place is heifer. And when she picks out the right spot in the ring, if you saw her set up on a profile up here and she had that heifer on a little bit of an incline, she can knock your eyes out from a profile. That heifer is really intriguing. Got some neat parts and pieces in terms of her design and her profile. She's got more of a rib cage like our second place heifer. She's got a flat shoulder blade. weight, she's got a thin neck, she's got a long skeleton, but the problem is today they don't fit together the way that they should. She's a little more pinched in her forerib, she breaks behind her shoulder and in her loin, she comes up in her tailhead, and so we need to add more balance, probably a shot of soundness off those back legs, but boy, there's a heifer too that as she develops could really, really be special, and just a lights out set of EPDs in terms of growth on that heifer. Taller heifer, taller statured heifer comes to us next, tall-fronted, long-sided, heifer that gives up a little bit just in terms of mass. Not as stout-boned, not as stout-hipped, not as deep-bodied as some others, but a heifer I like from a frame and a length standpoint. And then the young man's heifer that comes around next, an expressively muscled heifer. Big old bulging quarter-horse-shaped kind of hip on her. When she takes a step, you see a big, deep crease cut into that stifle. You see her bulge and flex with a lot of muscle, and I love that about her. But at the same time, that muscle comes to us in a little harder, a little rounder kind of package. Just like to soften her up in the way that she's made from end to end. But a real muscular heifer to complete the class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. That was an awfully competitive set of heifers.
And your results for Class 5. First place goes to entry 34, LFL Candy Kiss, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Second place goes to entry 31, CELL 239OK, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 33, MINO Calamity Jane, shown by Trip Phillips of Gary, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 26, MINO Knockout, shown by Kaharis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 30, Berries Candy Crush, shown by Haley Lambert of Culver, Oregon. And sixth place goes to entry 29, MTDL Kate, shown by Jacob Snyder of Hastings, Minnesota. If you're following along in the show program, Class 5 order was 4-6, 5-2. Turn the page, 3-1. Next in, we have our Division II champion, reserve champion, and third place selection. From class number 4, we have entry 22, KCLM, Kiss Me More. From class 5, we have entry 34, LFL, Candy Kiss. From second place from class 4, entry 24, Berries, Crazy Beautiful. And second place from class 5, we have CELL 239. Once again, this is our selection of Division II, champion, reserve, and third place.
I'm sure you're aware and you heard Jake Scott talk about it in the last class, but something unique happened in the last two classes. This is how you know your EPDs work, and you've got a varsity judge out here. The last two classes, his genotype placing was the same as his phenotype, and he's not getting to see that genotype placing again today as he's judging the phenotype. But those last two classes, he lined them up both the same, and that's kind of a verification that you know your EPDs are working pretty good, and it's nice to see it happen when it also lines up visually with the class winners on the phenotype. So we've got the varsity out here judging today, and we appreciate the help we're getting, but you got a hand out here judging in the ring.
Well, Mark's comments are just spot on, and that's kind of pumps me up. Not to pat myself on the back, it pumps me up for your breed and for the business at large, no matter what breed it is, to know that our phenotype and our genotypes are becoming more synonymous with one another. We'll talk about that a little later in the day, but boy, this may be the only division where we get this lucky, but this was sure neat to see a division that lines up like this, and so it makes it super fun when we think about a division champion like this. Compared to our first division, there was some give and take between our EPDs and our phenotype. Out here, there's really not. I mean, both heifers that won their respective classes are just as good on paper as they are in person, which makes it really neat. You know, you kind of have some of the restrictions as a judge taken off of you here, and you have a little freedom to do what you want. About 45 different days difference in age between our two class winners, but I think both of those heifers phenotypically for their respective ages are awfully nice. Probably you would say that the heifer that came out of this first class has a Scotch Moor frame, respective to her younger age. I love her design. I love her silhouette. I love her outline, her pattern, her balance, and especially in this lineup, I love her soundness of structure. This is a really long, stepping, easy moving, flexible kind of heifer that just bends and sets down correctly in all of her joints. She's got an awesome shoulder and top line in her, nice depth of rib. Not the most shapely heifer in this class. As you look at her, the top of her rib cage, as you really study her for muscle in terms of width and bulge or stifle, it's probably one reason that she moves as nicely as she does is because she's not maybe as muscular as other heifers, but I think there's enough there. A young man's heifer that won that last class, probably a Scotch more moderate, maybe not as much length of body, but I think more muscle and a little more shape. And I think a lot of quality in that female. You just look at her in terms of her head, you look at her in her skeleton, the way she holds herself together. I like that. I think that heifer's got some true power and performance. And when it comes to the EPDs, I think it's noteworthy to mention that she's got a 10-point advantage, I think, on the MTI, as well as an advantage in terms of her yearling growth. That's a heifer that's really good in terms of her marbling figures. So some pretty significant advantages for that heifer as well on paper. So I think it makes it a real close division. I'm not sure that I would do it exactly like this if it was a pure phenotype show, but with the added advantage of the paperwork and thinking about which one probably has the most true value, I think it belongs to a young man out of the second class, and he's your division champion. Nice job.
And your Division II Limousin champion is entry 34, LFL Candy Kiss, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana.
What's cool is we stepped this heifer in that was in second and look at her for a reserve here, and we don't back up any on our paperwork. You know, we just fill the hole with another one that I think's built as good on paper as any of these others that are in the lineup. You know, visually we said she's built a little different. We talked about how much mass and rib that she has, and I love that about her in this lineup. But on the other side of the coin, we also said that one's built a little different in her shoulder, and especially the way that shoulder hooks into her forerib. I don't know that she sets up there quite as square and true in her hip from hooks to pins, and you can see that at the ground when you watch her move. So for those reasons and those advantages in soundness and the outstanding data that she carries, the young ladies class winner here out of the first set of heifers is reserved.
And your Division II Reserve champion goes to entry 22, KCLM, Kiss Me More, shown by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And your third overall goes to entry 31, CELL 2390, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Next in, we will have 3 in Class 6. Class 6 starts our Division 3. Starting off with entry 35, SC Cora. Entry 36, Berries Catch If You Can. And 37, DL Margaret. These 3 females were born June 5th through June 8th. Once again, this is Class 6, Division 3 females. We would like to take some time today to notice and appreciate our sponsors that have helped this show throughout the week. Our gold sponsors include Texas Limousine Association, Heartland Limousine Association, DJ Limousine, TransOva, First National Bank, MC Marketing, Peterson's L7 Bar Limousine, South Dakota Limousine Association, Herman and Judy Simmons Memorial, London Landscapes, London Metalscapes, J&J Cattle Company, Wilder Family Limousine, Sullivan Supply, Yackley Ranches, Wolf Cattle, Neogen, P-Bar S Ranch, J6 Farms, Running Creek Ranch, T4, and Diamond V Ranch. Once again, we appreciate our gold sponsors for this week's events. Also, don't forget, you can go to Legacy Livestock's website and download all the photos for free this week. We appreciate our photo sponsors who help make this possible. Legacy Livestock Imaging, Red Rock Limousine, Wilder Family Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, Rafter DP, Black Knight Cattle Company, KLS Farms, and Limousine 365. Once again, don't forget to go to Legacy Livestock website and check out all the images that these photographers have been taking all week.
It's so interesting when I have a chance to walk over to the table and grab the paperwork on this. And in this class, it's a little bit of a kind of like a sigh of relief for me, I guess, when I look at the paperwork on this heifer, because I thought this was a super close placing between two heifers that don't have much in common. In fact, in a perfect world, I wish we could kind of combine the best parts and pieces from a phenotype standpoint of these top two, and I think you'd have an incredible one. But that being said, there's no doubt that the nice balance, sound structured, eye-appealing, feminine, really nicely designed heifer is this young lady's that I ultimately pulled into first. And visually, I pulled her into first for two or three main reasons. She is better from her design standpoint. She's much better in her shoulder, her neck, her shoulder blade, the way a blade goes into her body. She's a smoother sided heifer that's just got more smoothness of pattern. Although she doesn't show you extra power in terms of her muscles, she does have a little extra power in terms of her bone. She stands down with a better set to that hind leg on a little bit more bone and foot than does that heifer in second. But more importantly to me is the way that she handles her back leg, and she does it with more grace and freedom and more eye appeal than does that heifer in second. Is she the most massive one in this class? No. And in fact, if she could be better, I think she could use a little more muscle back in that hip and hind quarter, and that's what makes it so competitive to me. However, when you go to the paperwork, you see that this heifer's got some real significant advantages in terms of her carcass, in terms of that mainstay terminal index, and it gives me more confidence at the end of the day when I have all the information that she is the most valuable heifer and the best heifer in terms of combinations of genotype and phenotype to go ahead and win this class. But no doubt, the powerful heifer in terms of look is this heifer that comes to us in second. Boy, from her neck back especially, she becomes my favorite. So much top, so much shape, so much volume. Width at both ends of her skeleton. Width as she goes away from you. She's got real power and some real cow to her. And like I said, I'd like to add some of that to that class-winning heifer. But on the other side of the coin, this comes at the expense of a heifer that's a little shorter up in her front end, especially in her neck, carries some chest, carries some roundness to that shoulder. But maybe what at the end of the day was a real differentiator for me was the bone and the way she handles her hind leg. And I don't think she does it as nicely as that heifer that wins the class. When I look at her on paper, I see that she gives up some things in terms of carcass, and so I end up thinking that this is the right placing for her in second today. The young lady's heifer that ends up in the third position follows our class winner more closely in type and kind than the second place heifer because she's got that pattern, that look, that silhouette that's very attractive, strong and level down her top, clean and feminine in her front end, ultra, ultra fresh. She's a real pretty headed heifer that's got a lot of femininity about her. But you see what I see. She gets out-measured in terms of her body, in terms of her hip. She just needs more mass and volume to compete with those two heifers in front of her today. The good news is I think that'll come with a little time. Congratulations to all three of these.
And your results for Class 6. First place goes to entry 35, S.C. Cora, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Second place goes to Class Entry 36, Berries Catch If You Can, shown by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. And third place goes to entry 37, D.L. Margaret, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program for Class 6, the order was 1, 2, 3. Next in is Class 7. Class 7 is females born May 3rd through May 27th. First in is entry 39, SMLA Kaylani. Then entry 41, LFL Cassandra. Entry 42, FWLY LHC Royal Rita. And entry 44, JTBW Queen of Hearts. Once again, this is Class 7, May 3rd through May 27th, females.
Well, congratulations to all the kids in this class. This is a really nice class, and I think an outstanding individual to win it. From the visual standpoint, she's my favorite, and then we have a chance to reference these numbers, and we find that she's a low birth, high growth female who's excellent in terms of milk, excellent in terms of docility, extremely dominant in this class on her MT index, and so I think she becomes an even more dominant winner once we put those things together. You know, visually, I think she's the real stout one out here in this class that has as much quality and as much good in her as anything, the way she puts everything together. She's well balanced, she's sound structured, she's attractive. We could say a lot of things about this heifer, but they would all be pretty positive. If we're going to pick on her at all, I would maybe just fill her out a little bit in that forerib, especially down in the lower third of her forerib where she caves in a little bit. If we could expand her there, I would like her even better than I already do. But even so, she's still a real dominant winner out here. I think the closest placing for me perhaps comes between these heifers in second and third. And here's another example of if we could combine the best parts and pieces of both of those heifers, we'd have one that's tremendous. But that being said, this second place heifer much more closely follows the type and kind of pattern that we have in our class winner, and also the amount of soundness and structural correctness that we have in our class winner. Is she as thick and meaty as that heifer in third? No, she's not, but she's also fresher than that heifer in third. There's zero fat around this heifer's tailhead, nothing in her udder. I think she's about as clean and green and honest as anything that we've seen today in terms of freshness and condition. And so that plus her structure plus her pattern keeps her in second for me today. But no doubt this heifer in third is stouter. You get behind her, and that's my favorite view of her. Big old bulging top, ripped up down her loin, big old thick meaty hip, wide in terms of her pin and in terms of her base, and for the amount of shape and the amount of power that she carries, I still think she handles herself awfully good in terms of her movement and structure. For me, I wish she had a little more of the height and stature, but maybe even more so the length of the heifers in first and second. She can hit you as a rib short-sided out here, and I think in a competitive class that keeps her in third. The longer-bodied heifer of this pair places fourth today. She's really sleek-fronted. Good job, big guy. She's really sleek-fronted and flat-shouldered. Like I said, she's long and extended. She goes all the way from the front door to the back door in terms of her length. I love that about her. But we just need to add to that a little more soundness and freedom of movement, whereas today she's a little restricted on those back legs and a little higher in her top. Another good class. Congratulations to all.
And the results for Class 7, first place goes to entry 41, LFL Cassandra, shown by Cage Hill Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 42, FWLY LHC Royal Rita, shown by Patton Lauver of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry 44, JTBW Queen of Hearts, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. And fourth place goes to entry 39, SMLA Kaylani, shown by Maddox Small of Neogen, Kansas. If you are following along in your program, Class 7 order is 4, 1, 2, 3. Now in the ring, we have our selection of Division 3, Limousin Champion, Reserve, and third place overall. First in from Class 6 was entry 35, SC Cora. First place from Class 7 is entry 41, LFL Cassandra. Your second place entries were entry 36, Barry's Catch If You Can, and entry 42, FWLY LHC Royal Rita. Once again, this is your selection of Division 3, Champion, Reserve, and third overall.
Congratulations to all the kiddos in this class. This is a high-quality division in a division that sometimes can lighten up and take the foot off the pedal just a little bit. We don't do that at all in this division. And I think our two class winners in particular are both very, very good and very, very deserving, although there's some differences between them. Maybe bigger differences on paper in this particular division than there are on the hoof. And so I think that's going to require a little judgment on my part and where to place some priorities and emphasis. So congratulations to all these. I'm going to take a deeper look before I make my selection, but I just say again, this is an awfully, awfully good division, especially for the age of cattle that we're in here. Give them a nice round of applause.
In your Division 3 Limousin champion is entry 35, SC Cora, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Your Division 3 Reserve champion is entry 41, LFL Cassandra, shown by Cage Hill Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. And third overall for Division 3 goes to entry 36, Barry's Catch If You Can, shown by McRae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Next up is Class 8. We begin Division 4 with Class 8. These are April females, born April 1st through April 12th. First in for class number 8 is entry 47, PCC JKSM Fantasy. Entry 49, LFL Kristen. Entry 50, DJ Kalua. Entry 52, KCLR Calliope. Entry 53, CV Karma. And entry 55, DLCN Catnip. Once again, this is class 8. Females born April 1st through 12th. I'd like to take another second to introduce our silver sponsors and thank them for their sponsorship this week. Fosdick Cattle, Compeer Financial, Louisiana Limousin Association, First Dakota, J&R Feeds, 605 Sires, Custom Genetic Solutions, Attack Limousine, Galota's Live Oak Limousine, South Fork Ranch, Peterson's Land and Auction, Channel Seed Triple Shear Seed Company. We appreciate your silver sponsorships. Don't forget that the monument has concession stands open and available here at these wonderful facilities. Please support when you can the monument concession stands.
Well, we kind of had to chuckle over the announcer stand. We had a pretty good run going for a while, but it's come to an end as far as us getting our places lined up right off the bat. So we're going to reshuffle these top three a little bit. The heifer that placed third for me phenotypically, because of all of her advantages in terms of her growth and her MTI across the board there with her carcass data, that's going to bump her up into first, and I'm okay with that. This is a really nicely balanced, really attractive, I think maternally made, really good cow prospect here that we have that's going to win this class. To speak about the heifer from a phenotype standpoint, had we left the class placed the same, my comments was going to be, she's as good as the heifers in first and second, there's just not as much of her. And I still think that's a real appropriate comment. This heifer on her own is outstanding. You'd call her fault-free. You would have a problem finding a big criticism of her. My only reason for placing her third phenotypically is that she gets outmeasured a little bit, just in terms of mass and horsepower, ever so slightly by the heifers originally in first and second. But still yet, I'm super comfortable with her winning this class because she balances upright. She's got all the right parts and pieces, and they fit together in a package that's feminine and correct and sound. So congratulations on a deserving class winner here this morning. The heifer that ends up second was my favorite phenotypically, and I think she's extremely striking when she comes in the ring and moves around the ring, and young lady gets her set up and parked. I mean, that one is just as fresh as a daisy in terms of her condition and her hair coat. She's got a beautiful rib cage in her. I love the substance and the mass that she has, the length, and for me, there's so much correctness in terms of her skeleton and in terms of her feet and legs. I call her near fault-free in those areas. On paper, she gets out-horsed a little. It's not to say that she doesn't bring a balanced EPD profile to the ring out here, but it certainly doesn't run in the same league as a couple of other heifers, and that keeps her in second today. But boy, I want to tell you what, from an eye appeal standpoint, there's one that I can get pretty cranked up about, and I wish that young lady good luck as she shows her the rest of the week. The heifer in third is one of my favorites in here. A little thicker-haired heifer, what you see is what you get, but I think she runs a real close race to that heifer that originally I placed first, and she has some advantages, and it starts right up there at her head. I think she's a little prettier-headed kind of a heifer. I think it's more feminine, more petite than that heifer that wins the class, and I like that about her. Love her cowiness, just love that maternal look that she's got, the length, the levelness, the body, the freshness again. She doesn't run with that heifer in front of her in terms of the amount of bone that she has, but don't hear me saying that she doesn't have enough bone. I think she's certainly adequate in that area, and I just think it really takes zero imagination to know what that one's going to look like as a cow. And once again, I would say very balanced and very valuable when you consider the EPD profile that she has. That's a real good top three set of heifers right there, and those heifers deserve a lot of consideration from those of you at ringside. Then we shift gears a little bit, and I think we get into a little different cut of heifers that place fourth, fifth, and sixth today. All three of these heifers are muscular. This is a real muscular heifer that comes around next. Big, bulging, shapely kind of quarter, a lot of crease and turn, and just whip to that hip as you watch her go around the ring. She's extremely wide, but tighter-hided, harder muscled, rounder muscled, just needs some more femininity for me. The young man's heifer that comes next, I think, offers that extra femininity. Compared to the two heifers that place above her and below her, she's smoother fronted, she's smoother sided, she's more attractive, but again, she just gets out measured. She comes out here today in a little bit flatter kind of a package with just not as much weight and performance about her. That'll come. She's going to have better days than she had today. That's a pretty good heifer to be placed this far down the class phenotypically because her parts and pieces are there. She's just not putting it all together in quite as complete of a package today, but I think that comes in time. Again, the heifer that completes the class is extremely thick and powerful and muscular, big top, big hip, lots of crease and definition back in that hip and stifle, but also a little rounder and tighter in her rib cage, a little more off in that hip and higher in that tail head. We just change her from a balance standpoint in the way that she wants to move out today. Congratulations, competitive class. We shook it up a little bit this time. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And your results for Class 8. First place goes to entry 49, LFL Kristen, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 47, PCC JKSM Fantasy, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 50, DJ Kalua, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fourth place goes to entry 52, KCLR Calliope, shown by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Fifth place goes to entry 55, DLCN Catnip, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 53, CB Karma, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 8 was 2, 1, 3, 4, 6, 5. Next in the ring is Class 9. Class 9 is March 2nd through March 23rd, females. First in, entry 60, SL Cool Cat. Entry 61, KGDA Style. Entry 62, NCC Confetti. Entry 63, KBLN Knockdown. Entry 65, CYWD Calliospell. And entry 66, TASF Karen. Once again, these are March 2nd through March 23rd females, class number 9.
So I know we touched a little bit on the growth and maternal EPDs, but if you're looking at an animal and digital beef, on the far right side is going to be your intake and carcass EPDs, and that starts with YG, which is yield grade. So when that animal hangs, what kind of retail product are we going to get from that animal? CW is carcass weight. How heavy is that carcass going to hang? REA is going to be the carcass ribeye area, so how big is the ribeye on that animal going to cut? And then your marbling, which is going to be your intramuscular fat. That's going to be reflected as a marbling score when that animal hangs. And then your carcass fat, and that's going to be measured on the between the 12th and 13th rib. And then on the far right side is your MTI, which is going to be your mainstream terminal index. So what that is that's going to combine your weaning weight, your yearling weight, the difference between those two values, yield grade, and marbling score. And each of those are going to be weighted differently, and that's going to produce this dollar MTI value, mainstream terminal index.
Allison did a great job going through the EPDs, and one thing that's really brings the importance of being able to genomically enhance these cattle. We've seen a tremendous improvement in our marbling EPD in Limousin the last 3 to 5 years, and part of the reason that's happening is the genomics portion is allowing a lot of our breeders to get there quicker. We're not trying to make a marble like Angus, we're known for ribeye, but we've got the tools in the war chest now to improve on all these traits, and we've got individuals running out in this country that have an advantage in that, but that genomic portion has really helped us kind of move that 2/10 to 2500ths now over the last 3 to 4 years. And it's a big deal when choice select spreads are running out from $24 to $34. That's big money. We're talking $220, $280 a head in a feed yard environment. So these genomics that we're putting in, I would also add one more thing. Don't give up. If you get the chance to ultrasound or use somebody like Chad Gordon, they're all put in as well. And I've seen bulls after they're genomically enhanced on their marbling EPD. We had one here a year ago that was prior to the sale that came out with the genomics, and the marbling EPD was 0.15. And he scanned his bulls and got that back and had like a 7 IMF. And that took that EPD, that's just a real phenotype off a scan. That's still important we do those things as well, because that jumped that EPD to 0.35 for marbling. So if you're really in the business of trying to make the cattle commercially acceptable and you're using all these tools, the genomics is great, but don't forget to turn in your birth weight, your weaning weight, your urine weights, and if you scan those cattle, add that as well, because those are all components used to generate that EPD in the single-step cattle evaluations now.
of great class of these March heifers, and phenotypically it was a struggle for me between the top two heifers. There's a lot of things I like about both of them, and to be honest with you, in this class, I'm pretty grateful to have a little help from the paperwork to, at the end of the day, come up with the one that's most valuable, and I love the fact that this heifer won. I'll just be honest with you. I like the switch, and visually it could have been switched in my mind. I'm not sure there is a right placing between those two. So the paperwork, maybe more so than we've seen all day, I think becomes an important part of this placing. And certainly the heifer that wins has a real advantage in terms of her carcass data in this particular class, and still offers really, really nice balanced growth and maternal data along with that carcass advantage. But visually, I like this one better in terms of just her pattern. She's more my kind from a type standpoint than the heifer in second. She's not as massive. She's probably not as she's not as muscular. She's not as bold in the lower third of that rib cage, and that's what gave me some heartburn placing them as individuals. But still yet, she's more my kind in that she's a taller fronted heifer that's got more strength and levelness from the top of her shoulder across her top line. Comes more nearly level from the front part of her body to the back part of her body. Her tail head sits in her better than the heifer in second. And although she's not as massive in her rib, not as massive in her hip, for this time of the year, for a March heifer, I think she's adequate. And again, just from that type and kind standpoint, a personal preference of how a female should look, she suits me a little better. And again, I'm very, very grateful to have the paperwork in this instance to help sort this pair out a little bit. When we just want to talk about the parts and pieces that one brings to the table, we have to love this heifer in second. Such a big, good rib cage in her, so meaty and muscular. Everywhere you look, you see shape. She's thick top, she's thick hipped, there's extra bone. I love the freshness of hair coat, the freshness around her tail head, the freshness in her udder. All those things are positives, and it's what got me to the first placing I made phenotypically. But what I struggled with is the pattern of this heifer. Whereas the heifer in first is tall-fronted and level, this heifer wants to run downhill from her hips forward. She breaks a little bit in behind that shoulder. She carries her brisket in an unusual manner. I'm not saying she has a lot of brisket, but it certainly is pronounced in the way that it sits out in front of her. I'd like to tone that down. But I wouldn't change a thing about the substance, the width, the body, the power, the thickness, the bone that she has. My only criticism is that we redesigned the package that she carries all those in. Close placing in first and second. Young man gets a little bump here coming up next. The heifer, I think, was originally in the fourth hole, and a nice heifer. Muscular, meaty, a lot of turn and hip in that heifer. Good bone. I think carries it fairly well. I don't think there's as much pattern and balance and phenotype as in some to the extreme showing side of things. But out in the pasture, in the real world, that one still gives you a nice maternal look with some femininity and some broodiness about her. And certainly we appreciate the advantages she brings out here in her EPD tabulation. The young lady, I was a little harder on her in the phenotype class, but her paperwork gets her up into this position, comes to us out next. And she does so with a real feminine heifer. As flat-shouldered and as good-necked as anything in the entire class. Extremely attractive up the front third of her body. Love the way that she ties from her shoulder into her rib cage. Love the levelness down this one's top. That one's near perfect in the way that she sets up tall at her shoulder, comes extremely strong and level and straight from there back, maintains that levelness through her loin, comes back to a super long hip. For me, there needs to be more of that hip in terms of width. I found her to be the narrowest in the class today, and that's the reason I placed her where I did. But I don't want to take away from the strength that she has from a profile standpoint, and certainly the good that she offers on paper. So congratulations on a nice bump up. We're working our way down the class here and talking about a heifer that I still like quite a lot in terms of her phenotype. Again, that pattern suits me, like the heifer that ended up winning the class. class, the extension, the length, the stretch of this heifer, I think is very attractive. Now, I think she's got a real cow look about her. Love all the length of hip that she has. She handles herself nicely on the move. The problem with her from a visual standpoint is that she doesn't have as much bone as some of the other heifers that we saw place higher today. A little more refined and a little keener in her bone work. So as much as we like that femininity and we count that as a positive, it can work against her when we study her from a real stoutness standpoint and study that bone. And certainly she gets out-measured a little bit on paper here today. And then the real thick heifer, the red heifer here, completes the class. Boy, a great big top and hip in this one. No problems or concerns with bone there. A big-footed, stout-structured heifer. But we would just change her in the way that she carries herself from a structure standpoint and would like to improve her in the look that she gives you from a balance standpoint. Congratulations. Nice class.
Your results from Class 9. First place goes to entry 66 TASF Karen, shown by Kenley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Second place goes to entry 60 SL Cool Cat, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 63 KBLN Knockdown, shown by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 62 NCC Confetti, shown by Miranda Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 61 KGDA Style, shown by Olivia Jaquin of Marthasville, Missouri. And sixth place goes to entry 65 CYWD Caliasville, shown by Case Brockus from Holden, Missouri. If you're following along in your program for Class 9, the order was 254. Turn your page, 361. Now in the ring, we have our selection for Division 4, Limousin Champion, Reserve, and third overall. From Class 8, first place was entry 49, LFL Kristen. From Class 9, first place was TASF Karen. Second place in Class 8 was entry 47, PCC JKSM Fantasy. And second place from Class 9 is SL Cool Cat, entry number 60. Once again, this is your selection of Division 4, Champion Reserve, and third overall.
Just to give you a heads up, the staff at the monument informed me that we could get a little severe weather around 1 o'clock. So if you got cattle outside, it's not anything most of you aren't used to because you see this, but we've got a chance for some lightning, thunder, and rain, maybe some hail, kind of from 1 to 2 o'clock. So maybe it'll miss us, but odds are it probably won't. Just be aware we could get into a little bit of weather. So if you haven't called your insurance agent, make sure you got coverage on your pickups.
All right, nice job to these March and April exhibitors here. To recap this class real quickly, now that we have the advantage of the paperwork in our hands here, the heifer that wins this first class, she kind of fought her way to the top, but think back to that class and how competitive it was among those top three. I mean, you can see that with that second place heifer too, and the third place in that class was real good too. But she was just so dominant on paper. You know, and I said in that class maybe she didn't have as much by comparison mass and substance to those that had placed above her phenotypically, but as an individual you don't dare look at that one and say that there's not enough heifer there. And she is extraordinarily fresh and genuine and lean in her condition. I like her soundness, and out here I just like the look that she gives you. I think she's got more muscle to her probably than this heifer that won the second class, and I think more fresh freshness to her as well. And then that one just still hits me as a female. You know, I like these at this age that it doesn't take much imagination to know what they're going to look like as a cow. And so when you consider that and you see how dominant she is on paper across the board there from end to end, I'm real comfortable with making her our division champion. Congratulations, young man.
And your Division 4 Limousin champion is entry 49 LFL Kristen, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Loveland, Texas.
And then when we talk about reserve, you know, this heifer that fills her spot here was the one that I'd used to win that class, and I think she hit you real hard from a phenotype standpoint. And, you know, we got to remember it's a phenotype and genotype show. And so I think she still has a balanced EPD profile for me, but I think she's pretty extraordinary on the phenotype side. And so when it gets close in my mind, I'm the kind of guy that's probably going to lean a little farther to the phenotype and making my decision, and for those reasons, she's reserve.
And your reserve champion for Division 4 comes out of Class 8 again, entry 47 PCC JKSM Fantasy, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Third overall is going to come out of Class 9, entry 66 TASF Karen, shown by Kenley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Next in, we will begin Class 10. This is Division 5, Class 10. 6 entries in Class 10. These are February 10th through February 23rd females. First in, we have entry 68, D.L. Kalesi. Then entry 113, Wolfs Carlin. Entry 70, Otto, K-E-L-L. Entry 71, AHCC, Miss Easy Rider. Entry 73, we have DJ Karma. And entry 74, CB Kettle Corn. Once again, this is Class 10. These females were born February 10th through 23rd. Another sponsor we would like to thank today and this week are those that sponsored our t-shirts that the kids are wearing in the show ring. That is J6 Farms and P-Bar S Ranch. We appreciate your sponsorship. Additional sponsors we appreciate this week are our bronze sponsors, Cattle Business Weekly, Riley and Kayla Sue Lauber, Shelby Skinner, Lawrence Family Limousine, CK Sunny Booth, Colt Cattle Company, Jackson Cattle Company, Bojaden, Freed Show Cattle, Focus Marketing Group, Greeley Hatworks, DB Auction, JLX Limousine, Ben Rokel Custom Cabbing, CHS, C&B. We appreciate those sponsors, along with sponsors from our satellite events, Lauber Cattle Company, Minor Limousine, SC Online Sales, Oshner Limousine. We appreciate your sponsorship, along with R&R Marketing for sponsoring our water bottles this week.
Well, in our February class here, we end up starting in the same place once we combine the scores, but we reshuffle the deck quite a lot after that, and it makes for an interesting placing on my part. But congratulations to a young man that wins this class, and I think he does so rightly. I think that one is the most Cali female out here. That's the most like the way we like to breed them in terms of type and kind. She's got some size and stature and performance and a lot of meat and muscle, a lot of shape to her rib cage. Love the design of her hip. I think her hip structure and her hind leg structure is the best of any in the class. When you look at not only the length and levelness of her hip, but also the width of her hip, the correctness of her tail head and how it sits in so level and so squarely with the rest of her body. And then watch how she moves out. For a power heifer that has some size, she moves as good as anything in the entire class, and I really, really like that about her. Again, here's one of the females that it doesn't take much imagination to know what she's going to look like as a cow, because she's got that cow look about her already. Then the numbers become a huge factor in the placings. We move a heifer up a couple of spots here with the tag 113, primarily based on this big-time spread that she has from birth to yearling, coupled with some pretty good ribeye numbers there. A heifer that, phenotypically speaking, is as long-bodied relative to her height as anything that we have in the class, and kind of from the hock up, there's some things I can really like about that heifer. She's fresh, she's slick-haired. What you see is what you get. She's as stretched out and as extended as anything in the class. From her hock down is where I'd like to make her better. She's a finer, keener boned heifer. Just has too much set on her back legs for me. But the combination there of a pretty good placing and then some added EPD strength gets her into the second hole. The tag 71 heifer, one of the most dominant heifers on paper that we have in the entire class. Extremely high in terms of her marbling, extremely high in terms of her mainstream terminal index. Love that about her. She too is a heifer that I think gives you a lot of femininity from a profile standpoint, but one that's made a little different in terms of her type and kind compared to the heifers that I placed above her in the phenotype show. A little softer in the middle of her back, a tail head that sits farther up in her spine that to me takes away from her balance. I think along with that a little shorter hip. I would just change her from a pattern standpoint. She too could maybe be powered up a little bit in terms of bone, but a lot of femininity, good depth of rib, and an awesome EPD profile. Young man's heifer, the tag 68 heifer coming around here now. Couldn't run with him quite today on paper to maintain that placing we gave her of, I believe, third on the phenotype side, but she's a thick heifer. She's got bone, she's got power, she's got some strength down her top, she's got width at both ends of her skeleton, there's muscle back in that hip and stifle, and I like that about her. Is she the most chiseled out show heifer that we've seen today? No, she's not, and that's why I'd make her better. If we could just give her a little nicer silhouette, a little nicer pattern, a little more eye appeal in terms of her tail head and how she kind of roughs up over her hip, in terms of that navel, just blend her together a little better. We like her even more. The tag 70 heifer is probably the biggest heartbreak for me in this class. I think that one's awfully good in terms of her phenotype. We saw some classes like this when my kids were showing a week ago today, where they just draw up in a set of heifers that's got extraordinary numbers, and it shuffles that deck around. But we don't need to be embarrassed about her numbers at all. Yes, she has a little more birth weight. Yes, she's not as strong on the carcass side, but there's a lot of growth to that heifer. There's a lot of milk to that heifer, and I certainly think there's probably enough carcass bulls in the breed you could mate her to complement her outstanding phenotype. There's a lot of maternal, a lot of body, a lot of correctness of structure, just good kind in terms of her look, in terms of her build. I think a heifer that in my mind obviously deserved a higher placing on the phenotype side, but that's the way the cookie crumbles in this show, and that's part of what makes it so fun. But I certainly don't want that young lady to walk out of the ring here with her head held down with her placing today, because you got one of the real nice heifers in here from a visual standpoint. Real stout-hipped heifer wraps up our class. She's a tall-fronted heifer, extra strong in behind her shoulder, really long and extended from end to end with a real long hip in her. She's another one, though, that we need to help out from a balance and a structure standpoint, make her better in those areas, and you can see her sliding up a little farther today. Challenging class, but congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
And your results for Class 10. First place goes to entry 73, DJ Karma, shown by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Second place goes to entry 113, Wolf's Carlin, shown by Emery Martheler from Hastings, Minnesota. Third place goes to entry 71, AHCC, Miss Easy Rider, shown by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 68, D.L. Kalesi, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 70, Auto K-E-L-L, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. And sixth place goes to entry 74, KB or CB Kettle Corn, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. For those following in the program, Class 10 order 425316. Now in the ring is class number 11. Class number 11 is February 2nd through February 7th, females. We have entry 76, D.L. Kim. Entry 78, Wolfs Kalima. Entry 79, CLAC, Crystal. Entry 80, CELL, Keepin' Kind. And entry 81, DJ Catch. Once again, this is class 11, February 2nd through 7th, females. Don't forget to let your friends and family at home know that you can watch a live broadcast of today's shows at liveauctions.tv.
Yeah, so we switch one pair around when we add the numbers into the equation, and I think that's an okay switch to make, in my opinion. So I'm real comfortable, I guess, with our placing here on this particular class, but I love the heifer that wins this, and I think she wins it really, really easy on the stand, at least from a phenotype standpoint. And what's cool, the only hair on that heifer is right there at the end of her tail. She's as slick as an apple and looks good that way, you know, and I think I give this kid and his family and whoever a lot of credit for presenting one like this, because I think it's harder to feed and get one ready that doesn't have any hair than it is one with hair. She's about dead on. That's just the dad side of me that has kids that does this too, but I really compliment the way they've got her looking. And I think she, more importantly, is a extremely cowy, extremely correct, extremely good pattern, good-bodied heifer, handles herself nice on the move, plenty of muscle in that one. And when we look at her on paper, I was pretty excited when I walked over and grabbed the chute because I felt like she had a good chance of staying in first. She's really outstanding. And, you know, she's not the lowest birthing that we've seen today, but I think it's okay to have some cattle with some birth in them and some performance in them, especially when they look like this. It's going to take a little bit of birth to keep this kind of power and stoutness in them, and I think that's real good for the breed. You know, we've seen other breeds that have went down the road of chasing low birth weight cattle, and you lose a lot of these kind of females when you do that. And so I'm real proud to have a class winner like this out here with that number set. Congratulations. And again, we moved the red heifer up a slot here, and I'm plumb fine with us doing that. Visually, I think, in fact, you know, I'd moved her up over that moderate heifer the longer I looked at her, but even so, I'm okay with moving her up another spot if we didn't have the paperwork. But you add the paperwork to the equation, I mean, she's super, super stout in terms of her growth numbers. Her MTI is just off the charts good, her marbling's good, so I really, really like her even more when I get to study the paperwork on her. But just as an individual, boy, there's a lot of horsepower in this one. Tall fronted, long, heavy, lots of performance, lots of meat and muscle, lots of bone. The heifer up in front of her is a little more chiseled out in that front end, maybe a little neater in her shoulder, and that's why I'd make her better if we just want to call it. But I think there's so much heifer there, and then you combine it with that EPD package, she sure deserves to be standing in the second hole. Young man, you're leaning an awful nice one in third, however. And from kind of that neck back, boy, I think she runs a close race with our class winner. Super good in that forerib, deep, natural maternal shape to her rib cage, so long and so level and so correct from hooks to pins, and I'm kind of a stickler for that. I mean, I just geek out on those with that kind of hip and hind leg structure. I think it gives them such a female look, and she's a 10 out of 10 on that for me. You know, from her kind of her shoulders forward, she might have a little bit of shoulder, but more than that, she's a little short neck, getting to be a little crest on the top side of her neck. She's maybe a touch coarser about her head than some of the other more attractive heifers in the class, but she wears it well because there's a lot of heifer from there back too. So still an awfully nice heifer in a high quality trio here right off the bat. Then young man here coming around next, certainly got the moderate one in the class, but boy is she neat made, especially on the profile. That side view is my favorite view of her, and when he really gets her parked and does a good job showing her, she can show you a great silhouette and put a beautiful shadow down on the ground. When he picks up on that halter and leads her around, boy, she steps out nicely with a real long, smooth, flexible kind of stride, and we sure like that about her. But, you know, there's just quite a little bit more moderation in that one. And some of you, that could be an advantage. But for me, it doesn't suit me as an advantage. I prefer the heifers with more stature and more length, and so that works against her a little bit in this class compared to those bigger, longer heifers that go out in front of it. But boy, in terms of her just her package and correctness, lights out right there. And then we do get into a bigger heifer that comes around next. A tall-fronted heifer that's got good stature, good length, and look at the bone underneath this heifer. Another one that's a little slicker hided in her presentation. Not a lot of leg hair down there, but boy, good bone, good foot size. We'd just like to add to that maybe a little more of that lower body that we've seen up at the front end of the class, and certainly a little more length of stride and flexibility as she moves. Good class. That's a fun class to sort through. Give them a round of applause.
And your results for Class 11. First place goes to entry 81, DJ Catch, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place, entry 78, Wolf's Kalima, shown by Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Third place goes to entry 80, CELL Keepin' Kind, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Fourth place goes to entry 79, CLAC Crystal, shown by Connor London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fifth place goes to entry 76, DL Kim, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Shadron, Nebraska. And if you're following along in our program, the order for Class 11 is 52431. Next in the ring, we have Class 12, Division 5 females, Class 12, females born January 1st or January 2nd through January 26th. Entry 82 is DJ Kiss This. Entry 83 is BLEE Kendra Scott. Entry 84 is CLAC Kylie. Entry 85 is CLAC Naughty Kitty. Entry 87 is AVAM Kiki. Entry 88 is MAWN Knoxley. Entry 89 is CHAC Kimmy. And entry 90 is Springs Creek's Kelsey. Once again, this is Class 12, females born January 2nd through 26th. And just a short little public service announcement today. If you happen to see Ashley Clemens, today is her birthday. So wish Ashley from Texas, Landry's mama, a happy birthday if you see her.
Kind of interesting in this class for me, I'd say two things noteworthy. It's the closest placing for me on phenotype of any class we've had today. And don't hear me say that means all the best heifers are in this class, but I think it's the most difficult for me to place in terms of sorting differences one from the other. And there are a lot of differences in this class. The other thing is I look at the EPD set on this class. I think every heifer is sitting right at the same number on their ribeye. So that becomes somewhat of a non-factor, other than I think you have to appreciate all these heifers have a really strong ribeye number. And I recognize we've got different percentages of Limousin in here, but still kind of noteworthy as you glance across here. I'm happy keeping this heifer in first, and I think she's an interesting heifer, and she's not a real strong first impression heifer. And what I mean by that is you come in and you watch her walk in the class and you say, okay, that's a real nice one, but she grows on you the more that you look at her, and I think there's a little give and take with this heifer. You have to appreciate the calliness, the body, the soundness, the stoutness, I think the maternal and the function and the durability that this heifer has, and at the same time recognize that she's probably never going to win the longest neck contest, and that's okay, but that's probably where she could be better today. If she was just a little thinner necked, maybe a little more extended, maybe had a little more feminine head even on her, up there over her brow, and where she's a little broad today about her skull, if we just sweeten up that head just a little bit, I think that one just becomes extraordinarily good. But in this class, she's logical. She's a logical one that has enough size without being excessive, has the mass, the cowiness, the soundness, the beefiness, but I think it's important to keep in these heifers with an EPD profile that lets her maintain that first place placing. Heifer gets a big jump in this class, comes to us in second. And I don't want you to hear me make any apologies for my phenotype placing, because I begin by saying this was the closest class that I've had to place. And although this heifer wasn't near the top originally, doesn't mean that she's not one of the real good ones. And I have no qualms with this heifer ending up in second today. She's a lot like our class winner in terms of her size, in terms of her length of body, in terms of just having a nice maternal cowy build, but boy does she shine on paper. Low birth with good spread in terms of her growth, a nice milk number, sitting in there with one of the 2 or 3 real strong marbling EPDs that we have to choose from. So she gets a real deserving bump in my opinion, and congratulations on being second in this class today. The one that I wrestle with, and I bet if we were to poll the class, poll the crowd, we would have a lot of different placings for this heifer in the class. Those of you who like her in terms of her quality, her design, her pattern, her bone, her soundness, I'd be right in that same camp with you. I think that one is just really good from a pattern and a design standpoint. I love the neatness and trimness of her neck and the way it goes into her shoulder, and then that shoulder into her body and top line. I just see smoothness and correctness and quality from end to end, like the foot size, like the bone. This is a heifer that's a little flatter in her build when you get in behind her in terms of her rib shape and in terms of her muscling. For the size that she is, I wish she had a little more lower third to that body cage today, and we all have to decide for ourselves is if she's too big for you. And although I appreciate cattle with size and stature to them, she's getting a little beyond what I consider ideal. And so I would like to personally tone her down, especially considering that I think she needs a touch more in that lower rib cage. And so that's why I have her third, and as it turns out, she ends up remaining in third today. Young man here in the fourth place hole has got quite the opposite kind of heifer. Probably one of the more moderate heifers in the class, but boy, one that is neat and attractive. Pretty headed, pretty in her front end, just a cookie cutter kind of package in terms of her silhouette, nice pattern, nice design, good in her lines, really good in terms of her soundness and her structure. Where I would like to make her better today is when we evaluate her just from a muscle standpoint, especially in the lower part of her hip. If we could just maintain a little more width and squareness from her pins all the way down to the ground, at least from a phenotype standpoint, I could even push her up a little farther today. But as it stands, still a really nice, really attractive, good balanced heifer. The Tag 83 heifer coming around next certainly does bring a little more muscle out here. And this is one of the good heifers in the class too, as far as I'm concerned. Really green in her condition. Just as honest as the day is long, as in my opinion, as I read her, as far as her body condition goes. Still a nice, I think, EPD profile, but begins to give up a little bit on milk, one of the 2 lower milk numbers that we have in here. But boy, just studying her with the eyeball, you sure don't see her being too terminal or anything. I still think she's got a super good maternal makeup, sound, and I'm a fan of this one right here. You know, I think as she goes on into the fall and farther into gestation, I think we all like her better and better and better. So you stick right with that one will be my encouragement to you today. I think you're leading a nice one. Young man's heifer coming around here next. Much the same kind of heifer in terms of her size, in terms of her type and kind. Maybe doesn't handle herself quite as good off those rear legs as the ones that go out in front of her. But boy, he gets her walked into place there and gets her on the stand, and she gives you a real good look from the side. I think one that matures into an awfully good cow for him one day. So congratulations on that heifer. The red heifer that comes out next, one of the real beefy stout heifers, as is the heifer below her. For me, I think she's got good bone. I think she's got shape and power. I'd just like to pretty her up a little bit. Steady her up in that front end and just kind of the way she carries herself and her top line and her bottom line there. I just give her a little more of that female design, a little more of that silhouette that we've been looking at. Then the young lady that wraps up the class here gives up a little bit on paper, unfortunately, today. But boy, from a phenotype standpoint, she's got a beef heifer. A heifer that's wide at both ends. She's good bone. She's thick and still can move around. So again, you stick right with that heifer and don't walk out of here with your head down because you got a real nice one there. Congratulations to all these kiddos. That was a tough class. How about a round of applause? You're back.
And your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 82, DJ Kiss This, shown by Paige Elizabeth Duncan of Chehalis, Washington. Second place goes to entry 87, AVAM Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Third place, entry 85, CLAC Naughty Kitty, shown by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fourth place goes to entry 84, CLAC Kylie, owned by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fifth place goes to 83, BLEE Kendra Scott, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 89, CHAC Kimmy, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 90, Springs Creeks Kelsey, shown by Reed Aaron Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. And eighth place goes to entry 88, NAWN Knoxley, shown by Gracie Bankston of Mansfield, Texas. If you're following along in the program, Class 12, the order is 154-3286. Turn the page 7. Now in the ring is our selections for Division 5, champion, reserve champion, and third overall. From Class 10, first place was entry 73, DJ Karma. From Class 11 was first place, entry 81, DJ Catch. And from Class 12, entry 82, DJ Kiss This. Second place in the ring from Class 10, entry 113, Wolf's Carlin. Second place, Class 11, entry 78, Wolf's Kalina. And out of Class 12, second place was entry 87, AVAM Kiki. Once again, this is your selection for Division 5, champion, reserve, and third overall.
Well, as I look across this particular division of our January and February heifers here, I'm real happy, especially these class winners. And in the phenotype and genotype show, although this event is kind of new to the industry, it's quickly becoming apparent that as a judge, it's sometimes hard to make a real uniform lineup because you kind of play the hand you're dealt once your placing's combined with the paperwork. But in this particular division, I find these three class winners to all be real uniform and real compatible with each other and real good, especially on the phenotype side. So I'm extra happy with how these lined up for us today, phenotypically. Genotypically speaking, the young man up here in the first, winning the first class, boy, he's got a heck of a cow prospect. And I think probably one of the best ones in this lineup from her hook bones back. And the way that one is built from hooks to pins, her tailhead design, and the way her hind leg attaches and hooks into her, I think is really good. I love the amount of body that she has and the kind of body that she has with some true shape. That one's got a lot of power and muscle. And we said in class, it just doesn't take much imagination to know what she's going to look like as a cow, and I think it's going to be really good. So I'm excited for that young man. You know, where she's got room to improve is when we mate her. I think selecting bulls with a real strong genomic package and a real good EPD profile increases her value. She's got a good balanced profile, but she's not a number freak out here in this lineup. And so, you know, I think that's where a smart breeder kind of chooses bulls that bring some more power on paper, so to speak, and make some real good matings and let her carry a lot of the water on just function and production and good and phenotype, because she's got that in spades, and congratulations on that. Real slick-haired heifer in the middle, real good visually, but guess what, also real good on paper, and that's awfully cool to see. I think that's probably the intent behind these shows, is getting to something like this. And you know, we mentioned it's hard to get one looking that good with no hair and not much to work with, and they've done a masterful job of it. And I think she's got all the cow and good in the world too, but she's got a little of that show-ring pizzazz to her, a little of that style, a little presence, but man, she'll knock your eyeballs out on paper too when you take a glance down at that. And if you haven't looked at that, look this one up, because I think her combination of eye appeal and that much good on paper is really probably a pretty valuable combination in your breed. The Tag 82 heifer, I see is one of the real good marbling heifers that we have out here. And, you know, she won that class just because she did the basics so well. And that's what I like about her out here in this lineup. The body, the length, the power. We probably have seen heifers throughout the day with a little more of that pizzazz, a little sharper fronted, maybe a little more perfect in their hip design from hooks to pins. But few have come through that have had any more real width and power and body and maternal and just good cowiness as her. And plus, like we said, still combined with really one of the two good EPD packages that we have out here to choose from. So I think it's an outstanding lineup. I'm real happy with the uniformity. But young man, you're going to be our winner today. Congratulations.
And your Division 5 Limousin champion comes out of Class 11, entry 81 DJ Catch, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington.
Well, it's not called the phenotype or genotype show. It's the phenotype and genotype. And what I mean by that, I think it takes a combination of two. And this heifer out of this first class just brings so much correctness and so much phenotype. She's going to get rewarded for it as your reserve division. Congratulations.
And your Division 5 Reserve champion comes out of Class 10, entry 73, DJ Karma, shown by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. And third overall, Division 5, is entry 82, DJ Kiss This, shown by Paige Elizabeth Duncan of Chehalis, Washington. Next in the ring, we have Class 13. Class 13 has 3 females, ranging from December 2nd to December 4th. Entry 114, PC Journey. Second in the ring will be entry 91, LDIL Jade. and entry 92 CELL Jazzy. Once again, this is class 13, now on Division 6. These females are December 2nd through 4th. Another public service announcement. We have another birthday in the barn, our own Allison Jones, who sits up here and gives you all kinds of information. It is also her birthday today, so when you see her, make sure you wish her a happy birthday also.
Well, the papers don't change the placing in this class, but it's noteworthy to talk about some of the data because there are some differences in here. This young man that wins the class, though, has got a real good one phenotypically. And you want to talk about one from a pattern standpoint that I really appreciate. This is her. Tall at the point of her shoulder, strong and level down the middle of her back, and I mean a cool hip in this one. Long, level, thick, full of meat and muscle, but the right kind of muscle. It's a good old soft, feminine kind of muscle. She's got width at her hock, width at her base, and again, zero imagination needed to know what that one's supposed to look like as a cow, and I really like that one. She's pretty close to my type and kind visually right there. That's a real good one. And then, we look at her on paper, heifer that's good in this class on her weaning and on her yearling. She gives up a little bit to our second place heifer on that marbling figure and on her mainstream terminal index, but still a real good heifer in terms of her ribeye and things like that. Still maintains a little advantage in terms of her milk and maternal, and so I like that about her. The heifer in seconds, if I heard him say her name right, it was Jazzy or something jazzy, and that's a good word to describe her. She's kind of a jazzy heifer. You look at her and she's really cool up through that head, neck, and shoulder. Boy, her neck comes out of her shoulder in really good order and with a lot of style and attractiveness. And young lady does a good job presenting this heifer to us out here. And she gets her set up on the profile, and she gives you a pretty jazzy look there on the silhouette. And a big old barrel, big old rib cage, lots of body in that heifer, and another one that's real long. And I just love her from a freshness standpoint. She's so clean up there around her tail head, so clean back there in the back part of her rear rib and flank, I'd say. And so I like that about her. You put her in motion, you find that she doesn't handle that back leg quite as nicely. She's one to me that flattens a little more in the top part of her rib cage. There's not as much power in her lower quarter and stifle as that heifer that wins the class. But boy, she doesn't give up an ounce in terms of eye appeal and balance and just a good look and a real strong heifer in terms of her marbling numbers as well. And then the young lady's heifer that completes the class is a real long-sided, real good boned kind of a heifer. She's extremely stretched out and extended. I love those things about her. She's a heifer that's as good on milk as anything that we have, so it's good to keep some milk in these females, and she does that. Today she gets a little broken in her loin, gets a little higher in her tail head, maybe gets out-measured in overall quality by those two heifers in front of her, but this is by no means a last place heifer. I'm a big fan of the one in third as well. Congratulations to all three exhibitors. That's an outstanding set of heifers.
And your results for Class 13. First place goes to entry 114, PC Journey, earned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 91, LDIL Jade, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And third place goes to entry 92, CELL Jazzy, owned by Karina Smallshop of Avon, Illinois. If you're following in the program, Class 13 order was 1, 2, 3. Class 14 is a single entry. Entry 93 is an ELCX just in time, shown by Macy Williams of Lamar, Arkansas.
A little tough when little kids are out here by themselves, so we're not going to make it take all day. Really a nice heifer, though, and deserves the winner class. Super sound structured, really soft on her pastern, flexible there at her knee and her hock. Takes a real long, effortless stride out here. I like to look at that one up in the front third of her body. I think she's got a real pretty feminine head on her, good neck, good shoulder, lots of length of body. We maybe seen heifers with a little more lower third to their rib cage, maybe a little smoother over their loin, but this is a heifer that's awfully sound, awfully thick with a real good front end and a balanced EPD profile to boot. Congratulations.
And your winner for Class 14 is entry 93, ELCX, Just in Time, owned by Macy Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. In Class 15, first in the ring, we should have entry 99, LDIL Jovi. Next in, entry 100, SL Just a Dream. And then entry 101, Auto Jelly. These are females born October 9th, 2021 to October 19th. Once again, this is class 15 in the ring. We would also like to thank and recognize those NALJA Board of Directors that have been in the ring today, working and helping out with the show. We've had Landry Kleeman of Texas, Riley Smith of Illinois, Michaela Askey of Arizona, Nikki Keaton of Texas, Eliza Truhl of Oklahoma, Lily Mitchell of Wisconsin. We do appreciate all of our NALJA Board of Directors and all the work they've been doing this week and the weeks to prepare for this. Make sure you thank them when you see them.
Well, it sounds like we're matching up awfully well with our paperwork in this particular class. So the way we've got them lined up is the way that they stay, and I'm really glad to see that. I think this heifer that wins the class wins her pretty easily. It's cool to see three heifers come in here at this age that look this good. This is a competitive set of heifers, but this heifer that wins it, I think she does so because she's so massive in her rib cage, so sound in her structure, and still gives you a really good look of quality. That one from the side profile is awfully nice in terms of her neck placement in regard to her shoulder. Her shoulder lays in her really good, comes back to just a huge rib cage, as I said before, and I like her hip in terms of the length of hip, the width of hip, the width that she has in the ground. And again, for a heifer her age in life and her stage in gestation, just by looking at her udder, I'm real satisfied with the way that she's handling herself on her feet and legs. That udder quality appears to be pretty good. But what really gets you excited is look at the monster spread that this one has from birth to yearling, coupled with some really nice marbling figures there. One of the two good docility heifers in the class. So a real powerful EPD set matched up with her there. So, phenotypically, if we could tone her down at that tail head, you might strengthen her just a little bit behind her shoulder, but that's getting awful picky. A good heifer, a lot of quality, and then extra value added to that with the data and the numbers that she carries out here with her. Young man's heifer that comes in second here is the next one that's the most like her just in terms of power, I think. I think she's a long, attractive heifer, just like that one. He gets her put on the stand there. She's got a little wow factor to her. She may even be a little more up-fronted than that one that wins the class, and I do like the fact that the brisket doesn't stick out there as far on her as that class winner. I think she's got a real advantage there. Super good in terms of her top line, but a heifer that I think, as you look at that udder, maybe not quite as far along in calf just yet, but more importantly, whenever this heifer travels out, she just doesn't do so with the same amount of freedom and ease as that class winning heifer does that we see, and that's one of the big differences for me is when you get them put in motion. And then heifer that's real similar to them in terms of her size and in terms of her length and the performance and growth that she has is this young lady's heifer right here in third. And this third place heifer here, a heifer that another balanced EPD profile. I mean, there's not a heifer in this class that you got to hold your nose when you look at their EPDs. That's a good set of papers on all these heifers. But phenotypically, I think she kind of logically goes into third. She's a little more refined in her bone work. She's a little shallower in that quarter for me, maybe a little higher in that twist. But I think just to balance her out with everything else, if we could drop that quarter down, maybe free her up just a little bit too in the way she moves, I'd like her even better than I already do. But another class where there's no last place here. Those are three good heifers. I think they deserve a nice round of applause for everybody. Good job, kids.
And your results for Class 15. First place goes to entry 99 LDIL Jovi, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 100 SL Just a Dream, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. And third place, entry 101 Auto Jelly, shown by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. If you're following in the program, Class 15 order is 1, 2, 3. Now in the ring, we have Class 16. Class 16 is September 2nd, 2021 females through September 18th. First in was entry 104, Barry's Jewel. Entry 105 is LFL Jute. Entry 106, HBWR Whiskey. Entry 107, 2T Jaybird. And entry 109, CELL Jessie. Once again, these are females born September 2nd, 2021 through September 18th. This is Class 16, Division 6.
Well, interesting to see how it shakes out always. As you look at the paper, the 106 heifer here does have a distinct advantage in growth and ultimately your MT index over that heifer that I ended up using to win the class, and so accordingly she moves up in the first, but that's okay. We still have a really high quality individual, I think, at the front of the class. She's one that's awfully good from a profile standpoint. I like her size, I like her length, I love her freshness of condition, even down to the freshness of her hair coat. She's an ultrasound structured heifer who takes a long, beautiful stride there off both ends. Very feminine, very elegant up through her head, her neck and shoulder. Real good heifer. She's not the most powerfully built heifer from a muscle standpoint. If we could change her, I'd give her a little more shape and strength in the upper part of her rib cage, maybe a little more muscle down in her lower quarter. I think that would strengthen that top up where at times we can see it want to sway and relax as she gets on the stand here, but still a heifer with a lot of quality. I think a lot of eye appeal, lots of soundness, and a real good EPD profile. Phenotypically, the heifer in second was my choice to win the class. For a lot the same reasons as we just discussed in our class winner. She is ultra attractive, she's feminine, she's maternal, she's sound. I love her bone work, I love her hip structure, viewing it from the side and from the rear. She is the heifer that I think has an advantage in terms of some more spring and arc and shape to the top part of her rib cage. I think she's got a little more true muscle from her shoulder back and down through that hip, and I like all those things about her. So phenotypically, I still think she's the elite one in this class, but obviously she would be a smart choice to breed to a bull with a little more number profile, and I bet you could come back here with one of her calves and catch that extra spot that you missed today. The heifer that places third is a huge-bodied heifer. If ever a heifer deserves to be called big-barreled and big-bodied, this is her. And some of the things we talked about, we wish the first place heifer has, this is a good example of what I wished it looked like. She comes out of both sides of her spine with some true arc and shape and curvature. She's got boldness and spring and width through the center part of her body, and then a ton of drop and depth and power through that lower rib cage. That's as high volume and truly as high capacity of a heifer, in my opinion, that we've seen all day long. Also thick and wide and meaty throughout. The problem is when you put her in motion, and this is a heifer that just struggles more off those back legs. She's a little more refined in her bone work, and that's a problem because with all of that body, that takes away from her balance a little bit. Some extra stoutness of bone would really complement the power that she has in her body. The next heifer that comes out, the 105 heifer, good numbered heifer. You like the way that she reads, especially in terms of her growth. Heifer that's got some marbling figures to her. This is a heifer that phenotypically we had down towards the bottom of the class, and I think it's just, we'd like to just change the balance. The parts are all there. She's got ribs, she's got hip, but if we could put her into a little smoother shoulder type of package, maybe take a touch of that roundness out of her hip, see her flex and move a little better in her hock and pastern, I think that number package plus those improvements would slide her up a notch or two today. But I really appreciate the parts and pieces that she brings to this ring. I think that's a real good breeding tool, breeding piece for this young man as she makes her way out into his cow herd. The same can be said for this young lady right here. She's got one of the real big-footed, real heavy-boned, real sound structured heifers in the entire class, and I love that about her. She is so fun to watch out on the move. She can just float around this ring with as much true grace and ease and length of stride as anything that we have. Awesome in her neck and shoulder. Just from there back, we'd like to power her up, especially back in that hip, to see her run with some of those heifers at the top of the class. Congratulations to you all. Another nice class.
And your results for Class 16. First place goes to entry 106 HB WR Whiskey, owned by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 107 2TJ Bird, owned by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Third place goes to entry 104, Barry's Jewel, owned by Ryland Bear of Culver, Oregon. Fourth place goes to entry 105, LFL Jeep, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And fifth place goes to entry 109, CELL Jesse, owned by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Those following in the program, your order for Class 16 is 34125. Now in the ring, we have our selection for Division 6, Champion, Reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 13 is entry 114, PC Journey. First place from Class 14 is entry 93, ELCX Just in Time. First place from Class 15 is entry 99, LDIL Jovi. And first place from Class 16 is entry 106, HBWR Whiskey. Our second place from each class, from Class 13, entry 91, LDIL Jade. There was no second in class number 14. Class 15, entry 100, SL Just a Dream. And from Class 16, entry 107, 2T Jaybird. Once again, this is your selection of Division 6, Champion, Reserve, and third overall.
Well, this older division of fall heifers is awfully good and awfully impressive, I think, and I congratulate all the kids in here on a nice set of heifers. You know, as the heifers get a little age to them, it's harder to show them and harder to make them look this good, and y'all have done a real good job with it, and my compliments to you. The heifer that comes out of the first class in this division is really intriguing to me in a lot of ways, and I had described earlier as really coming pretty close to the mark for the type and kind that I prefer, and what I mean by that is just the power and the stoutness that one has. Boy, she is wide and square and good on her hind leg. There's bone there. There's a lot of thickness and really the right shape to her hip for me in terms of width from hooks to pins. A good natural rib cage, and I think that one's still really fresh for her age. And I think there's just a lot of good there. On paper, she's not the freakiest one that we have out here, and there's a hole or two in her pedigree. You know, I wish that we could pick her up on her marbling just a little bit, and I acknowledge that. But I still think that's a heifer that's real strong in terms of her growth figures, and I really appreciate her from a phenotype standpoint. Heifer that's next in the lineup came out from a single entry class, and I'll be the first to admit, you know, she probably gives up just a little bit there in terms of her overall phenotype in this lineup, but we still want to recognize her and congratulate her for making it this far today. She's got a real nice heifer. The big yellow-tagged heifer here in the third position, a real massive-bodied kind of heifer, real deep-sided kind of a heifer. A big outlined heifer that's got a lot of size to her, a lot of length, especially long back there from her hooks to her pins. Love all that about her. One that's ultrasound, especially for this stage of the game. Really appreciate that, and as good a numbered one probably as we have out here. A little different in her type. We talked about maybe if we could just tone her down a little bit about that tail head. I think that would bring her whole frame more into alignment, maybe strengthen her up behind that shoulder just a little bit, but still phenotypically there's a lot of good in that heifer, and certainly on paper there's a lot of good in that heifer out here. When that heifer out of that last class, she kind of clawed her way up into that first position, and she did it because of some of the advantages she had. That's as good a marbling heifer, as good of a carcass heifer as we've got in the entire lineup. And I don't know, it's been my experience sometimes in other breeds, I guess, when we get into the real high marbling, high carcass cattle, you lose some phenotype, and that's not the case with her. So I think she's a really intriguing heifer in that she also, not only has those kinds of figures, but has that kind of look to her as well, and that's sometimes real hard to do. So I especially appreciate that about her. I don't think this is an easy decision. I don't know that there's a right decision. I think as much as any division we've seen today, this is going to come down to some personal preference. And so if you'll allow me, I'm going to take just a second longer here to make my final choice. As I do that, why don't you give the whole division a real well-deserved round of applause.
In your Division 6 Limousin champion comes out of Class 13, entry 114 PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And your Division 6 Limousin Reserve champion comes out of Class 16, entry 106 HB WR Whiskey, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. And third overall also comes out of Class 16, entry 107 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Next in, we have our final class and final division. It is a single class entry. Entry 111, Cow-Calf Pair, BL Just a Dream.
Well, if I'm correct, this is our last class of the day, our last entry of the day, and so I think she even becomes a division winner by default, so congratulations. But this is a good way to end the day, in my opinion. I'm probably drawn to the paperwork as much as anything here. To my memory, this is one of the real high CED heifers that we found. That's tremendous, or cows now. That's tremendous in terms of her marbling. The MTI is just off the charts on her, still real strong for her weaning and yearling growth. So an awfully good EPD profile, and it's neat to see that she made such a nice cow too, with a wet bag that's level and correct and attractive. And as you think about these numbers and as the generations turn, it would be fun to know what the EPDs are on that bull calf, as good as they are on with the mother. And I'm sure they're awfully impressive, but that could be something outstanding on him. So young ladies, I congratulate you on a division champion, very well deserved. Let's give them a round of applause.
In first place for class number 17, along with your Division 7 Limousin champion, is entry 111, BL Just a Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Next up is our Neogen Ultimate Show Grand Champion Drive. We will select Grand Champion reserves, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. So for our Grand Champion Drive, we're going to be bringing in first the reserve of each division. The reserve from Division 1 is entry number 2, Barry's Lights Out, owned by Rodley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. For Division 2, reserved, was entry 22, KCLM Kiss Me More, owned by Kenley Collin of Guthrie, Oklahoma. For Division 3, the reserve champion was entry 41, LFL Cassandra, owned by Cage Hill Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. For Division 4, the reserve champion was entry 47, PCC JKSM Fantasy, owned by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Division 5, reserve champion was entry 73, DJ Karma, owned by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Division 6, your reserve champion was 106 HBWR Whiskey, owned by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Your reserve champions he's got lined up on the first row. Now we have our champion from Division 1 is entry 13, MKJM ELCX Charmer, owned by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Your Division 2 champion, entry 34, LFL Candy Kiss, owned by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Your Division 3 champion was entry 35, SC Cora, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Division 4 champion was entry 49, LFL Kristen, owned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Your Division 5 champion, entry 81, DJ Catch, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Your Division 6 champion, PC Journey, owned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Your Division 7 champion is entry 111, BL Just a Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Once again, this is our selection of Grand Champion, Limousin Female, Reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of our Neogen Ultimate Show. Once again, we'd like to thank Jake Scott from Gordon, Nebraska, where him and his wife, Cammie, and their 2 daughters, Peyton and Harper, have their family ranching operation, Krebs Ranch. Krebs Ranch is a purebred Angus program located in the Nebraska Sandhills. They produce 400 bulls annually for registered and commercial ranches across America. Jake graduated from Connors State College and Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team at each school. He has judged major breed and jackpot shows across the country and is very grateful to be a part of this event. Please help me thank once again our judge, Jake Scott.
I'd like to say just a few quick things here, some of the events we got, and thank some folks here for what we've got going on tonight. But while you get a chance in there and when you've got time, check out Limousin 365's website. The sale of sales is posted on there with the consignments, and that will conclude, I believe, Callie, tomorrow at the end of tomorrow. A special night tonight for the North American Limousin Foundation. You need to come join us as we recognize our 9th inductee into the Hall of Fame, Mark Smith. Mark's up here with his wife Dee, and they'll be over there this evening. I think the hospitality starts at 6 and the ceremony at 7. So when you finish things up tonight, join us over there, and we can recognize a special man that's helped this breed for nearly 45 years now. I'd also like to thank our judge, Jake Scott. You can tell we've got a professional cattleman in here and somebody that raises commercial bulls, and this show tends to kind of check your balance, I guess, and when we get these placings in on the genotype, the staff knew right away we had the varsity with us here. This man knows how to not only evaluate those EPDs, but balance the phenotype, and you can tell he's in the commercial cattle business or marketing cattle, and why Krebs Ranch is so successful across the country. Thank you, Jake.
Well, thank you, Mark, and certainly it's been my pleasure to have the opportunity to join you folks today at your Limousin Junior Nationals for a show that is as exciting to me as anything to hit the show ring in a long time. And anytime you're asked to evaluate a show, it's a great honor, and I'm very humbled to ever be asked, but especially here in Rapid City with you folks. And I would ask for a little grace and mercy today to start with. And this is a new event to your breed, but it's a new event to the whole industry. And there's no playbook for this yet for us guys and gals who are judging these shows. And so we're doing a little on-the-job training too out here as we get more comfortable judging these. But I think it is such an important show. I compliment the Limousin Association for incorporating it into your junior nationals, and you may have it at other events throughout the year. I'm not sure, but it is such a great show. It's so educational, and it fits, I think, more the type and kind of cattle that a lot of us are trying to breed. And it's those true two-way cattle, those dual-threat cattle that are not only good visually, but they're also excellent on paper. And truly, I think those are the cattle with the most broad appeal and ultimately the most value of anything that we can raise in any breed. I think that's a big part of the education part of it, is coming out here and just proving that it can be done. And the more you do this and the more you breed cattle this way, the better and better it's going to get. On the other side of that coin, I think you can also see what happens when you get locked in on only one side of the equation. We see cattle throughout the day that, man, I was so excited to see them on paper, but visually they just didn't cut it. There wasn't enough production in them. There wasn't enough structure in them. There wasn't just enough look in them. And the reason that I think it's so important to keep look and quality and phenotype as a big part of the cattle that we're raising, as Mark and his company have alluded to today, this is a real-world business, and you guys are in the real-world feeding part of it as much as any breed. And when the feeder cattle that get sold in America get sold, the people that buy them and appraise them do it with their eyeball. And they're going to look at the phenotype. They're going to look at the size. They're going to look at the length. They're going to look at the top shape. They're going to take a glance up there at the scale weight when they come in the ring. And then that's going to determine how much they bid on the cattle. And so you'll have a hard time convincing me that phenotype will never be a huge component of how we evaluate and market our cattle. And that's a big reason of why we need to keep it in our cattle. And I'm a firm believer in that. When I've had tough decisions to make today, I've leaned towards the side of phenotype. I know whenever the placings were close and we might have had a tie situation, those ties are broken on phenotype. So I think it's just an important thing that we keep in our cattle. Now that being said, as we get to the part of the day that you're really concerned with, the selection of our champion female, we got a female out here that flat out excites me from a phenotype standpoint. She looks the part of a show heifer with a halter and a show stick here. She's got some pizzazz and some class and some style to her, but she's one of those, if I use the same term I've used today, it doesn't take any imagination to know what she's going to look like as a cow. She's got some true shape and power and rib and substance and bone and soundness and foot underneath her, but she's lights out on paper. And if I was going to jump in the Limousin business and I wanted one of those broad appeal females that was valuable to the masses, not just to some, she would be one of them that I'd try and get my hands on as a breeding piece to build a herd from. So it'll be my pleasure to go shake hands and slap that champion right now, and then we'll take a closer look for a reserve. But again, I commend each and every one of you. We just got done with the Junior Nationals last week. You folks are probably on your way to being exhausted, and your credit cards are exhausted and all that stuff. So I just really appreciate all the effort and the behind the scenes that are involved with this, not only from your outstanding staff and association, but also from the moms and dads and everybody in the barns. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of it. Appreciate it. Congratulations to all.
And your grand champion, Limousin female, comes out of Division 5, entry 81, DJ Cash, owned and shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Your reserve champion Limousin female comes out of Division 6, entry 114, PC Journey, owned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And third overall Limousin female comes out of Division 5, entry 73, DJ Karma, owned by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Fourth overall comes out of Division 6, entry 106, HBWO Whiskey, owned by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Fifth overall Limousin female Also comes out of Division 6, entry 1072T Jaybird, owned by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. That concludes our Neogen Ultimate Show. We will take a quick picture break and then roll right into our steers. We are ready to start the next half of our shows today, starting off with our steers. First in, we will have our division prospect steers. For Class 1, entry number 1, we have PJ, LC, King. And then we have entry number 2, LLKT, Who's There. These are Division 1 or Division prospect steers. 2 in Class 1.
Well, good afternoon. It's certainly an honor for me to be here, and had a really good Neogen show this morning, and the way the first pair and the first division comes out here, I think we're going to keep the ball rolling. With that, we're going to go ahead with these two prospect steers out here. We got a November and a December out here, and I tell you, young lady, why don't you pull your steer around and show him off a little bit? He looks awful good right there. I tell you, that's an awful good prospect steer when you talk about just how fresh he is in his appearance, how mobile he is on the move. And when you get behind him, he's got that big old popping hip on him, really a wide pin, kind of a calf. Still carries it down the top, yet still shows the youthfulness to him. Got a lot of pizzazz to him. That's an awful nice prospect steer to lead off this class. And then young man, they're coming in second. He says the best thing he's done so far this trip is go to Dairy Queen. So there you go. I tell you, that's a pretty good kid to have. So, but got an awful nice steer to have to go there in second. We got a lot of length of body in this steer. We got some performance. We got some size to him. But from a structural standpoint, you sure like the makeup of this steer. He's long, he's square, he's level top to him. Got a lot of running gear underneath him. That's a nice pair to start off our steer show here this morning.
Results for class number 1. First place goes to entry number 2, LLKT Who's There, shown by Katie Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 1, PJLC King, shown by Denver Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Class 2 is a single entry. Entry 3 is PC Monster, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
Certainly got a nice single entry out here in our second class here. Really a big-ended kind of a calf. You get behind him and he's really true blue the way he gets from his pins into his hook set, and this opens up to that big old loin edge to him. Big top, got a lot of rib to him. Yet he gets out and moves really good with all that extra bone and foot size he's got underneath you. That's an awful good August single entry. Too bad we didn't have another one in here, because he definitely warrants a little competition.
First place, class 2, goes to entry number 3, PC Monster, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next up, we go right into our division and grand champion for our prospect steers. Your division and reserve division will also be your grand champion and your reserve champion for prospect steers. Back in the ring, we have entry number 2, LLKT Who's There, shown by Katie Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. From class 2, first place, entry 3, PC Monster, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Then second place in class 1, PJLC King, shown by Denver Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. We are now selecting our division prospect champion along with our grand champion prospect steer and reserve.
When we get back out here, we got a nice trio of steers out here. This will be your division and also champion prospect steers out here. And we got a trio of really nice steers. I think there's some each. Every one of these calves does a little bit different or maybe a little bit better than the one in front of it. But I tell you what, just looking down this lineup here, starting with the young lady, boy, that calf's got a heck of a look. I mean, real fresh, really etched and stretched out up through that front end. The way he attaches on top of that shoulder, it still leans that back shoulder, especially when you put him in motion. It's truly nice to see it, especially at this age. Then when you get behind on that calf, big-handed, big wide pin, love that big upper hip set to that calf. That's a real balance off a good steer right there. Then the young man there comes in the middle here, won that next class there with a single entry. You talk about a stout, broody kind of fella. A fella, when you get behind him, maybe you like to lift those pins up just a notch and square them up just a little bit. And that's only as a comparison to the contemporary right in front of him. But again, a calf that's got a ton of meat. He's got that look. I like the shape he's in for his age. That's an awful nice one right there. And then we end up with our young man there that got in that second and that first class. And again, a calf that we talk about length of body and having the size and scale and having the structure underneath him. Maybe not quite as stout as far along as some of these in this lineup, but boy, you see an awful lot of feature in him. This is an awful nice lineup in here. Let's go ahead and pick our first division, but once again, let's go ahead and give these young kids a big hand. They got a nice trio of steers out here.
And your grand champion prospect steer goes to entry number 2, LLKT Who's There, shown by Katie Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. Your reserve grand champion prospect steer goes to entry number 3, PC Monster, owned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next up, we start our progress steer. Class 3 is a single entry for our progress steers. Class 3 is entry 12, MRL Coyote, shown by Scarlett Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota.
Really powerful single entry here in the progress show. Really a big-ended steer once again. Maybe like to square him up just a notch from his hooks to his pins. But boy, I like the shoulder slope to him, the way he reaches out of that front end. You got a big old barrel underneath him, got all that bone and foot underneath him. This can be a really nice single entry to bring back in the final drive.
And results for Class 3. First place, entry 12, MRL Coyote, shown by Scarlett Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota. Next in is Class 4, another single entry class. First in is entry 7, BRAW, RAW Pocket Fuzz, shown by Connor Shiflett of Long Pine, Nebraska. Again, another single entry class.
Really nice single entry once again here. Young man's definitely put some work in on this here. Got an awful nice fresh hair coat on this calf. Presented really, really nice. I like how stout-ended this calf yet. Got a lot of body to him. Love the way he comes out of that chest floor underneath him into that forearm and explodes back into big, powerful body to him. Like that look. I like how straight his top is. Maybe just one thing when you set him in motion, I'd maybe like to see him just a little softer, especially at the ground, right at those passions. Wish we just had just a little bit more flexibility right there at the ground. But again, a real fresh, eye-appealing package to go ahead and have a really good single entry.
And your results for class number 4, first place goes to entry 7, BRAW Pocket Fuzz, owned by Connor Shiflett of Long Pine, Nebraska. Next in, we have class number 5. 2 entries in class number 5. Entry 19, MSC Nugget, and entry 15, Blaze. Once again, this is class 5 of the Division Progress Steers in the ring.
We got a nice pair of steers here. We're getting a little heavier in weight out here, and they're getting a little bigger and a little stouter, but I think there's some give and take on both of these calves right here. I want to go ahead and take the one that's just maybe a little further along and it's flesh than I'd like to see. I'd like to maybe lean him up just a little bit, and then he pull his chest floor back, and then, but I love him from the ground up. I mean, that steer gets out, motors extremely well off of both ends, keeps his top in shape when you set him in motion, and he keeps that hip and that tail head so good. And then when you get behind him, you see how much top, how much width of pin set he's got. He way carries that muscle down low. For me today, I like that fresh appearance. That's definitely my class winner. Then we get into the steer there in second. Long body, big size, got a little bit more performance to him maybe than the steer right in front of us, but calf would definitely like to change at the ground. He turns out just a little bit in the front, maybe gets a little bit more rigid at the hock, especially when you set him down at the ground. But you like the amount of shape that calf has. I like the way his chest is. I like that look that steer gives me up to the front end, especially how he attaches on the top side of that shoulder. We had some differences. I'll take the big burly one every time.
And the results for class number 5. First place goes to entry 15, Blaze, shown by Hattie Finlinson of Oak City, Utah. Second place goes to entry 19, MSC Nugget, shown by Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas. If you're following in the program, class 5, the order is 2-1. Next in, we have class 6 of our progress steers. First in, entry number 6, Grayson's Crash. Then entry 13, Bay's Knuckle Sandwich. Entry 40, LMCC, Here I Am. Entry 8, Rod's Caden's Boy. Entry 18, LPL Riggs. And entry 21, Bay's KC Prime. Once again, this is class 6 of our progress steers. While they are entering the ring, I do want to announce our judge for today. Scott Bush is from Britton, South Dakota, where he and his wife Jo have 2 children. His daughter Brittany and son Tyler have both been involved in the cattle industry and grew up showing Angus cattle at the state and national levels. Scott completed his degree at South Dakota State University, garnering a bachelor's degree in animal science. Since then, he has been serving as a partner at Bush Angus, where he is the 5th generation Angus cattle producer. They run 175 mature cows and have hosted an annual bull sale the last 47 years. Scott has seen the inside of show rings across the country and world judging some of the largest livestock shows. He has judged at the American Royal, National Western Stock Show, National Junior Angus Show, Kiani Junior Nationals, AJSA National Classic, National Junior Hereford Expo, World Beef Expo, multiple state fairs, National Angus Show in Brazil, and many other large stock shows. Please help me welcome our judge, Scott Bush.
we get into this next class of steers here, and really got a nice lineup from top to end. It's too bad we didn't have a few more or be able to spread them out, because I think there's a lot of good in each and every one of these calves. Just some ever so subtle differences to weigh and decide in between them. But for me, there's no question we got our class winner. The minute that steer came out, just love the way he scoops out of that front end, and yet he's so straight topped and square hip, and he's got that little extra punch and shapiness, especially when you get behind him and through that lower 1/3 of him. But when you set him in motion, that's when he just seals the deal for me in this class. Congratulations. And then I think it gets a little tougher. I think it's very close, and we got some give and takes in our next three steers. For me, I'm going to take the steer that's got the most balance. He's a little bit fresher in his appearance today, the way he's put together, the way he slopes back in that shoulder, the way he handles himself at the ground. Yet it's got some barrel to him. He's got some sogginess to him. He's got some overall performance and heft to him. Now, I'll be the first one to admit, as compared to some of the other ones in the class, he's not the biggest-ended, stoutest, shapiest one in the class. But I think from a structure standpoint, just the way he hits all four, the way he drives off them hind two, I think those are the reasons why you go ahead and use him there in second. And then we get the roan-colored one coming out in third from a standstill, but that steer can really give you a nice look from the side. Just so extended through the front. When he gets old, the ears all pointed forward, he really gives you a nice look. He's straight top. He's got that nice slope to that shoulder. Maybe not quite as square as some of those contemporaries right in front of him. I definitely like to see just a little bit more shape and power, especially through that lower 1/3, for him to slip up into that second place hole in this class. And then the interesting steer, I think, is a red steer. I think there's a lot of good in this calf out here. Doesn't have like the extra bells and whistles as far as look and eye appeal, but from a structure standpoint, boy, he gets out and trucks extremely well, holds himself together, he's full of meat. I just like to to see a little bit more pizzazz and overall look for him to go ahead and sift into that top trio so far. And then we get into another pair of steers I think are got a lot of good to him. There's no question, we got performance, size, scale. We got a lot of weight in this next calf coming out here next. Maybe got a little bit more chest to him. Maybe like to lean him up just a notch, and I think that smooth him up just a little bit better. But a calf that's got a ton of power, a young lady does a real good job with him. And then we end the class with a young man there, and it's too bad. A lot of times you'd like to see have a steer like that to get in the top end, and I think that's how competitive this class is. I think this calf's long. He's big scaled. He's really nice up through that front end. Until you get down to his chest forward, definitely like to tuck that back in. Certainly like to square him up from hooks to pins. But from a performance and a rail standpoint, I think there's a lot of good in that calf to end a really competitive class. Excellent place to start.
And the results for class number 6. First place goes to entry 40, LMCC Here I Am, shown by Jack Bogg of Charlotte, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 21, Bays KC Prime, shown by Carter Dremel of Wakarusa, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 18, LPL Wiggs, shown by Grace Hoover of Dundas, Minnesota. Fourth place goes to entry number 8, RODZ, Caden's Boy, shown by Caden Laird of Holbrook, Arizona. Fifth place goes to entry 13, Bays Knuckle Sandwich, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. And sixth place goes to entry number 6, Grayson's Crash, shown by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. If you are following along in the program, the order is 6, 5, 1, 4, 3, 2. Now in the ring is class number 7, entry number 20, SC Keeman.
We get into our last class, and certainly got a high-quality one out here. I mean, this steer right here is a real smooth operator. I mean, so balanced, so fits together extremely well from end to end, square, really straight top. what I like for his size and scale is just the way he gets out and moves, the way he keeps himself together and does an attractive package right there. Maybe when you get behind him for his size and scale, I'd like to see just a little bit more pop, maybe just a little bit more shape to him. But man, from a structure and just a balance standpoint, there's no question that's an awful good single entry. Congratulations.
And your result for Class 7, first place goes to entry number 20, SC Cuban, shown by Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Now in the ring, we will bring back all of our first place entries for the Progress Steer Division, and we will be selecting not only our division champion, but our grand champion. So out of Class 3, we have entry 12, M.R. Coyote. Out of Class 4, we have entry 7, BRAW Pocket Fuzz. Out of Class 5, we have entry 15, Blaze. And out of Class 6, we have entry 40, LMCC, Here I Am. And out of Class 7, entry 20, SC Kevin. Second place from Class 5 will be entry 19, MSC Nugget. And second place from Class 6 is entry 21, Bays KC Prime. Once again, this is your selection of not only division champion, but also grand champion and reserve grand champion Progress Steer.
So we get into our first championship drive of the day. It really comes full circle about the excitement that we're going to have for the rest of the day, because we can start off with the steer show of class winners and look like this out here. It's going to be an impressive show for everybody all day. So with that, we'll kind of go through them again. We start with the young lady here in the end, and powerful and stout and shapy. Like I said in class, maybe we'd like to clean up that underline just a notch, maybe pull those pins up just a notch. But boy, you got a lot of bone, a lot of foot, a lot of power in a real moderate package right there in our first class. The class there in second, again, talked about the hair coat, the presentation, how fresh that steer is, good line, good looking, very eye appealing. Maybe when you just get right at the ground, you want to get a little nitpicky with just the softness and the flexibility that steer gets off of those hind two. And then we get into the next class here. Young lady had a powerhouse. I mean, talk about a lot of weight per day of age for that calf. A big-ended, just really stout top, big top, kind of a steer. Steer that probably isn't quite as long-necked and quite as eye-pulling as some of those on both ends of them. But boy, from a performance standpoint and just sheer power and balance, I like that one quite a bit. And then we get to the next class right there. Young man won that really tough class. We had a lot of competition in, and shapy and square certainly gives you that show steer look from the side. It possesses a little bit of that soundness and that look when you set him in motion. Now, I'll be the first one to mention this calf. Maybe you'd like to pull him in his front end just a notch, but boy, that's a powerful, square, good-looking calf right there. And then we end up the steer show here today in a single entry and talk about freshness, just a level presentation on this calf. He's really super smooth and eye-appealing. But once again, maybe we want to give just a little bit about power, just natural width to that class as compared to some of those steers right in front of him. This is an awful good lineup. We got a lot of different ways to go in here. I'm going to go pick your champion reserve. But once again, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these juniors.
Your grand champion progress steer goes to entry number 40, LMCC, Here I Am, shown by Jack Plog of Charlotte, Iowa. And your reserve grand champion progress steer goes to entry number 15, Blaze, shown by Hattie Finlinson from Oak City, Utah. We will take a very quick picture break with our steers and then move right into the cow-calf pair division of our show. Quick picture break with steers. All right, looks like we're ready to move on along. We will now be starting off Class 8, which is our first class of Limflex cow-calf pairs. Class 8, we have 2 entries. Entry 25 is SHSK Jolene, and entry 28 BL Just a Dream. Once again, this is our Limflex cow-calf pair, class number 8.
We get into our first class of pairs out here, and I think Limmy enthusiasts should be around ringside because I think we got some give and takes, and I think there's a lot of talking points between both of them, but I'm a true believer when you get to the cow-calf pair deal, you got to have two sides of the equation, and I think that's what our class winner does. You know, obviously you got a little bit more advantage in age age on the calf, but at the same time, we're only looking at a March bull calf right there, and big, powerful, square, got a lot of quality to him, really good looking, really sound, and then we get to the cow, and maybe like to pull her up right behind her shoulder just a little bit there. She gets a little tall-shouldered on you, but again, a really nice, soggy-made kind of female. It's got a lot of udder underneath her. She's got nice square teeth underneath her, and I think from a balance standpoint, from the cow to the calf, I think that's why that cow wins this class. And then we get to the pair I put there in second. No question, I think that cow there has got, certainly an average and udder quality. Talk about teeth size and being out in 4/4 and being full in the front and level, and she does that extremely well. I just think it just gets to be a little bit disadvantaged for me out here today with a little bit younger bull calf right behind her like that. So those are the reasons, and that's a really nice pair. Let's go ahead and give those two a hand. Way to start our cow-calf pair show.
And your results for class number 8. First place goes to entry 28, BL Just a Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 25, SHSK Jolene, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Next in, we have class number 9. This is a single entry class. This will be entry number 30, Auto Harmony.
Have a nice pair out here. We got a 3-year-old here doing a really nice job with a May heifer calf standing right behind her. She's in awful good shape. She gives you a nice look, especially when she gets that head and neck pulled out of that front end a little bit. Maybe a little bit more moderate in her stature, I guess. It would be perfect for me, but boy, I like the horsepower and the length and the straightness of skeleton on that heifer calf right behind her. That's a really nice single entry pair out here.
And your result for class number 9, first place goes to entry 30, Auto Harmony, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. We will now have our selection of not only division Limflex cow-calf pair, but also grand champion. Out of our 2 classes, first place in class 8 was entry 28, BL Just a Dream. And out of class 9, first place was entry 30, Auto Harmony. Class 8, second place was SHSK Jolene. Once again, this is our selection for not only division Limflex cow-calf pair, but grand champion Limflex cow-calf pair.
little smaller pair show right here, but definitely an awful lot of quality. You can definitely see the matron value in each and every one, and I think each and every one's got a little different thing that they're doing a little bit better than the rest, and that's what breeding's all about, and I think that is really important when these juniors take these projects home and they come back and do this. I think this is an awesome part of the whole show to get involved in. We did a lot of pairs back in the day, and we sure enjoyed them. With that, I'm going to go pick your Grand Reserve Limflex pair once again. Let's give these juniors a big hand. Awful nice trio of females out here.
The grand champion, Limflex cow-calf pair, goes to entry 28, BL Just a Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandenay of Chadron, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion, Limflex cow-calf pair, goes to entry number 25, SHSK Jolene, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. All right, we are taking a quick picture with our pairs, and then we'll move on to the bull show. All right, we're ready to move along to our bread and owned Limousin Bowl. We've got class number 10, single entry, entry 33, TRAD, Kiowa. This is a November 6th bowl.
Real nice single entry out here to start off our bull show here. Got a November bull calf out here, and boy, I really like his size and his scale. I like the way he has as much performance that he has and still keeps it together in a real balanced package. Gets out and moves extremely well. Got a lot of stoutness. I like that head. I like the way he's getting some maturity to him. I really like this single entry. Congratulations.
Your results for class number 10. First place goes to entry 33, TRAD, Kiowa, shown by Thorne Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota. Next in, another single class entry, class 11, entry 35, LLKT, Cash.
Real classy single entry in October Bowl out here. Really like his scrotal development. You like his size and scale. Really a long-bodied, fancy, very proud when you set him in motion. When he gets moving away from you, he does it so elegantly and does it so effortlessly to him. Carries himself extremely well. Really nice eye appeal. This is an awful good single entry.
Your result for class 11. First place goes to entry 35, LLKT Cash, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wilforth, Texas. Now we are ready for our Division 1 selection. We have first place from class number 10 and November 6th Bull, TRAD, Kiowa. In class 11, entry 35, an October 2nd Bull, LLKT Cash. Once again, this is for your Division 1 selection, bred and owned Limousin Bull.
get these two single entries back out here for our first division in the bull show, and we got kind of both ends of the spectrum. A lot of differences in these two. Young man in front talked about his size and scale for his age. Talked about how stout and burly and his maturity, the way he's laid into his crest that this bull has. I mean, as comparison to that bull behind him, I mean, we'd definitely like to square him up. Maybe just have him just be a little bit bigger, footed, and just a little bit more bone for that kind of stature underneath him. But boy, a big old stout, high-performing bull there to win that first class. Then we get into the second class and we change, the speed of the whole game a lot of different ways. We got a very classy, very eye-appealing, excellent structure in this bull. The way this bull gets out and moves and hits the ground, does it with so little effort to him, and holds himself together. Now, at the same time, I'll admit, I mean, we're giving up a lot of pounds for the age between the two, but I think that's an awful lot of quality in that class winner there in second. Two very good bulls out here to vie for this first division. Once again, let's put our hands together and congratulate these juniors.
And your Division I Red-Known Limousin Bull Champion goes to entry 35 LLKT Cash, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And your Division I Red-Known Limousin Reserve Bull Champion goes to entry 33 TRAD Kiowa, shown by Thorne Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota. Next in the ring, we have Class 12. We have two entries in Class 12. First in is entry 36, a May 23rd bull, CH Kerosene. Entry 37, a May 13th bull, LFL Kryptonite. Once again, this is Class 12. I have been asked to announce, please plan tomorrow to join us for a pastelaya lunch at noon. This is provided by Live Oak Cattle Company for donations. All proceeds go to next year's Junior Nationals. So please put tomorrow's lunch on your calendar and join us for pastelaya provided by Live Oak Cattle Company.
We get into this next class here, and again, we got a little subtle differences in this pair out here, but I really like this red bull to start off the class. I like the way he gets out and move. He's got a little bit more authority and foot and bone off them hind two, especially the way he drives off them hind two with that little extra shape and power, and you can really see that power when you get behind him. He comes out of that loin edge, and he has a little bit more upper hip shape to him, and still ties together really nice up through that front end. I like that maturity, really like that head on that bull. That's an excellent place to start in this class. And then we go to a little bit more moderate in his kind as compared to our class winner here, but an awful lot of quality. From a structure standpoint, I certainly like the way this one bends and flexes off of both ends. I like the way he sets down that hind leg. He's straight, crisp, and clean on down his top, really good in his hip structure. Maybe just need to see just a little bit more power, maybe just a little bit more size as compared to our class winner here today, but that's an awful good bull to have to go here in second. That's a nice pair of bulls here to have in the show.
And your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 36, C.H. Kerosene, shown by Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 37, LFL Kryptonite, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. If you're following in the program, Class 12 order is 1, 2. Next in the ring is class number 13. Class number 13 begins with entry 38, an April 2nd bull, L7 Coco. And entry 39, an April 1st bull, CB Knockout. Once again, this is class 13 in the ring.
Excellent, excellent quality in this class, and really like how fresh this young lady's bull coming out next is. Just so fresh in his appearance, so extended in his body type. He's got an extra rib, a length in him, a super long hip, very, very sound, very balanced, very smooth in his makeup. I think when you put all those transitions together, I think that's an excellent place to start in this class. Then the young lady's bull here in second. Maybe not quite as smooth as our class winner, but boy, we like the size. You still like the depth of body to him. You like how square that hip is, the way he drives off them hind two. I think he complements our class winner extremely well. Awful nice pair of bulls in this class.
And your results for class number 13. First place goes to entry 38, L7 Coco, shown by Rory Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry 39, CB Knockout, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Next in the ring, we will have our Division II selection. We will choose Division II champion, reserve, and third overall. So we will be picking the top 3 of this division. First in from Class 12, entry 36, C.H. Kerosene. Second in from Class 13, entry 38, L7 Coco. Second place from Class 12 will be entry 37, LFL Kryptonite. And second place from Class 13 will be CB Knockout. Once again, this is for your Division II champion, reserve, and third overall Limousin bull.
This is a really good division here, an awful lot of quality. First off of this May Bowl, I like this kind of stature. I like that little extra shapiness to him. I like that extra foot and bone underneath that bull. Just the overall substance he has, and then still the way he can transition and be smooth from end to end and still give you that nice head and that maturity up front. I like the power. I just like that look of that red bull up there in the first hole so far. And then we get to our bull there in second one, that last class, and you talk about just being so long. You like his little extra size and scale. You like that extra performance. Ultra smooth from end to end. Super sound on the move. Maybe not quite as much shape as that one right in front of him, but again, he's got just a little bit extra length, a little bit more size, maybe just not quite at the level of condition as that bull is right in front of him also, but that's an awful pair, a good pair of class winners. I'll go pick your grand reserve in this division, but once again, let's give these kids a big hand. This is an awful lot of quality standing out here.
In your Division II, Bud-Known Limousin Bull Champion goes to entry 36, C.H. Kerosene, shown by Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. Your Division II Reserve Champion goes to entry 38, L7 Coco, shown by Rory Peterson. Now we will select a third overall. And third overall for Division II goes to entry 37, LFL Kryptonite, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Now moving on to our last class of Bud-Known Limousin Bulls, we have Class 14. This will be Class 14 along with Division III champion. It is a single entry. Entry 41 of February 20th, Bull Royal Knight.
Powerful single entry here. This Red Bull's stout and got a tremendous amount of shape to him. I like the condition this bull is in, and you match that with the maturity level he has, the way he handles all that horsepower extremely well on the move. It's going to be fun to see this bull come back out here in the final drive. Awful nice one.
And your results for Class 14, also your Division III Bud-Known Champion goes to entry 41, Royal Knight RBGL, owned by Riley Fanta of Starbuck, Minnesota. Now we will have our grand champion, Limousin Bull Drive. Coming in from Division I, we have entry 35, LLKT Cash. Champion from Division II, entry 36, CH Kerosene. And coming back in from Division III, Entry 41, Royal Knight. Reserved from each division, Division 1, Entry 33, TRAD Kiowa. Division 2, Entry 38, L7 Cocoa. Once again, this is your selection of Grand Champion, Bull, Reserve Champion, and third overall. We will be picking the top 3.
I've done quite a few junior nationals, and I don't think I've seen a trio of bred-known bulls come out here with this kind of quality and still having that show ring look to them, but still having some practical appearance to them, you know, having some horsepower, having some shape to them, some durability, some bones, some foot, some groundwork underneath them. This is really a testament to you guys as breeders and juniors doing such a good job of getting this really good group of bulls out here fed, broke, shown, and out here for everybody to look at and appeal to, because awful lot of quality. With that, I want to go pick your Grand Reserve bull here in the third overall, I understand. But before I do that, once again, as breeders and juniors, put your hands together. Awesome set of bull lineup out here.
And your Grand Champion, bred-known Limousin Bull, goes to entry 41, Royal Knight, owned by Wiley Fanta of Starbuck, Minnesota. And your reserve Grand Champion Limousin Bull is entry 36, C.H. Kerosene, owned by Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. And your third overall goes to entry 38, L7 Cocoa, shown by Rory Peterson of Puquana, South Dakota. That wraps up our bred-known Limousin Bull Show, and we will now move into the Limflex Bull Show. Starting off Division 1 of the Bred and Owned Linflex Bulls, we have 2 in Class 15. Both of these bulls were born January 28th. We have entry 42, KRLE Langston, and entry 43, SLPC Ludicrous. Once again, this is Class 15 Linflex Bulls.
As we move into the Linflex show right here again, we got a nice pair of bulls. I think both these calves complement each other rather well, and I want to go ahead with the bull. It's got just a little bit more size and scale. You know, we're looking at the end of January, so we're having to get a little bit more size in them, and that's what I like about this calf right here. Real good on the move, maybe a little bit more extra rib shape than what perfect, but boy, you like the way he comes out of that chest forward, and he's square hip, really clean designed up through that front end. Love that head on the front of him right there. I think that's an excellent place to start. Now, just the typiness, I really like this calf here too. I like his overall look, the way he bounces up, the way he pulls back in that shoulder. Really a cool hip and a cool tail head in that bull. But for me, you know, we start getting at this age, I just like to see a little bit more size and scale of that bull right in front of him. But an awful nice calf to end up a really nice pair of bulls to start off our Linflex show.
Results of Class 15. First place goes to entry 42, KRLE Langston, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 43, SLPC Ludicrous, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. If you're following along in the program, the order was 1, 2. Class 16, we have 2 bulls, 2 entries in Class 16. Both of these are December bulls. Entry 46 was born December 15th. SJMR Captain. Entry 47 is a December 4th bull, Troubadour. Once again, this is Class 16, December bulls.
this pair of December bulls here, and go ahead and follow her up here. I think everything comes together pretty handily for me. I like the heaviness of structure, number one. This bull calf, we're gonna go ahead and lead off with so big bone, got big old feet underneath him. You like how much power he has. His kid drives off of both ends, plants him really nice. Yet he gives you that nice arrogant look from the side when she gets that head up. I think that's a real easy place to start in this class. Then we get into the bull calf there in a second. Not probably blessed with a hair gene out here today, but that doesn't matter. I think this is a very good structured calf. Like the slope of that shoulder. He is so good behind that shoulder and so good on down that top. I see a lot of future in this calf. Just keep coming along and getting better. The structure's too good for him not to. Just giving up a little bit of size and performance of that bull right in front of him.
And your results for Class 16. First place goes to entry 47, Troubadour, shown by Eliza True of Skytook, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 46, SJMR Captain, shown by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. If you're following along in our program, Class 16 order was 2-1. Next class is a single entry class. Entry 49. Entry 49 is a November 6th bull, SRAD Camouflage. Once again, this is Class 17, single entry.
Real competitive single entry in this November class. Again, I like the size and scale of this bull. I like the maturity that he has for his age once again, and he's got great upper hip shape to him. I like that little extra bone underneath him. Gets out and travels extremely well. Really like the condition he's in for his age out here today. Young lady's done a really nice job with this bull.
Your result for Class 17. First place goes to entry 49, SRAD Camouflage, shown by Scarlett Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota. Next in, we have Class 18. Class 18 is October Limflex Bulls. We have entry 50 on October 15th, Bring on the Storm. We have entry 51, another October 15th, GZWY Kahana. We have entry 52, an October 7th bull, LDIL Kingston. We have entry 53, another October 7th bull, CVHS Kingston. And we have entry 54, October 3rd, King. Once again, this is Class 18 of your Limflex bred-known bulls. Once again, we would like to thank our NALJA Board of Directors who've been working our rings today. So far this show, we've had Landry Kleeman of Texas, Louie Mitchell of Wisconsin, Riley Morris from Missouri, and J.C. Smith from Arkansas. We appreciate the work that these kids have been putting into the show. Also, don't forget to let your loved ones know back home, friends and families. We are doing a live broadcast. They just need to log on to liveauctions.tv. Also, don't forget to please support the concession stands here at the monument. They are open all day.
We definitely got a lot of different shapes and sizes and different things to look at and evaluate and make decisions on. And when it came down to the bull there in first and second, go ahead and bring your second place around. And at the same time, they're very different. They're type and kind. But this bull I'm going to start the class off with, he's just a load. I mean, he's wide, big-handed. He got all the shape in the world, big old feet, got all that bone. Gets out and motors extremely well. It's just for me, I'd like to tidy up them shoulders just a little bit. When he starts rotating them and you see him getting out and grabbing out that front end, we just like to tighten them up, just make it a little bit more balanced up there in front. But boy, all that power and just so fresh in his appearance, there's no question you got to start the class off with him. Then we get to second place, and I think this is more of a transition bull for me. I like the balance. I like the look. This young man does a nice job with this bull. So fresh in his appearance. He's made extremely well. It's just when he's set in motion, the way he drives off them hind two, I'd like them to be just a little softer, maybe just a nickel more subtle at the ground on them hind two. Then I think that pair gets a little tighter. And then the young man's bull coming here in third. This guy does a really nice job getting this bull shown, and he's got a long-bodied, extremely stretchy kind of bull. Looks like he's got a lot of growth pattern left to him. I really like his foot size underneath him. And just when you start comparing him with those contemporaries right in front of him, maybe just like to see him just a little bit bolder bodied, and I think that really balances him up just a nickel more as compared to that pair in front of him so far. And then the problem bull in the class is the next bull. If you're looking for length of body and just big old style, big scaled kind of cattle that are extremely sound, this is the bull for you. I think he's probably getting on the upper side of the size and scale thing for me for his age, but a bull gets out, moves extremely well for being that big, and that's a lot of things we can admire, and so a lot of people can use bulls like that. And then we end up with a bull here in the end that comes up at just a little frailer at the ground. We definitely like to make his structure just a little bit stouter and bolder from the ground up, but a bull you like for his depth of rib, you like how fresh he is, you like the way he's etched out through the front end. I think that's nice, a nice way to end a very competitive October class. Very interesting bull to top end.
And the results for Class 18. First place goes to entry 52, LDIL Kingston, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshville, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 53, CBHS Kingston, shown by Corbin Buckus of Holden, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 51, GZWY Kahuna, shown by Brant Gazaway from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 54, King, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. And fifth place goes to entry 50, Bring on the Storm, shown by Michaela Askey of Queen Creek, Arizona. The following in the program, Class 18 order was 5, 3, 1, 2. Turn your page 4. Now we have our Division 1, Bred-Known Limplex Bulls. We're picking Division 1 champion, reserve, and third overall. Coming in for Division 1. First place from Class 15, KRLE Langston. First place from Class 16, entry 47, Troubadour. From Class 17, entry 49, SRAB, Camouflage. And from Class 18, entry 52, LDIL, Kingston. Second place from Class 15 is entry 43, SLPC Ludicrous. Second place from Class 16 is entry 46, SJMR Captain. There is no second place in Class 17. Class 18, second place was 53, CBHS Kingston. Once again, this is your selection of Division 1, Bred-Known Limplex Bulls, champion, reserve, and third overall.
We get out here in this Division 1 right here, and again, we got a really nice lineup of bulls from front to back, and I think each one does some different things, got different tools in the box per se, but starting off with this calf here in the end, for an end of January calf, I sure like the size and scale of this bull, and again, we talked about him in class, being, so deep-sided and yet so square and so much, so elevated up to that front end, gives you that awesome look. That's a nice way to start this lineup. And then we move into this December bull, and I think this bull is pretty interesting. I like the horsepower this bull has. I like his foot and his bone work underneath him. Really like him when he gets out and moves. He's got a little bit more of an arrogance to him when he sets himself in motion and still pulls himself together extremely well. That's an awful nice bull there, second lineup. And then we move into the bull there in third. Young lady does a nice job with this bull. And again, I think this bull is in November, and you like his size and scale. I like his maturity for his age out here. He's super square. Like the way he sets down that hind leg to him. Extremely balanced, man to end. I like those kind of cattle. And then we end up the last class, and man, we had a little interesting lineup, a lot of different things to look at, but I really like this bull as far as just being a load. I mean, you talk about performance and weight per day of age and things like that. That bull does an extremely good job of it. Maybe a little bit more chest in that bull, and like I said in class, like changes front shoulders, but boy, a big-ended, solid hind-legged kind of bull. That's a nice way to bookend a really good Division 1 in this lineup. I'll go pick out two of the bulls I like the best in this lineup, but first of all, let's put our hands together and congratulate these juniors.
In your Bred-Known Division 1, champion is entry 47, Troubadour. Troubadour, shown by Eliza True from Skytook, Oklahoma. And your Division I reserve champion goes to entry 49, SRAB Camouflage, shown by Scarlett Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota. And third overall goes to entry 52, LDIL Kingston, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Next in, we start our Division II, single entry, class number 19. Class number 19 has a June 10th bull, LRCC Hidden Treasure.
Certainly got an awful good one in our single entry June Bowl here, and again, the perfect size, the scale to him, and just so balanced. But when you get him parked there and that young man gets that head pulled up, boy, he can give you a wild look up there. He's long necked, the way he attaches so high, the way he comes out of that chest form to that bold rib, and you get behind him, and from the side you wouldn't think he was this stout, and when you get behind him, he's real shapy, real grooved out through his top, and just so powerful off them hind two. That's an awful good single entry. Congratulations.
Results for Class 19. First place, entry 60, LRCC Hidden Treasure, shown by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Now entering is class number 20, another single entry. Entry number 61, LFL Kingsbury, a May 21st bull.
This division's looking to have a couple single entries here, but it's going to be pretty heated because once again we got a nice single entry, real ultra fresh. I like the way that bull blends together, so good front shouldered, big bodied, really square hip, got enough shape to him in that lower 1/3, holds himself together good on the move. That's an awful nice single entry. Look forward to seeing him in this division.
Your result for class number 20. Entry 61, LFL Kingsbury, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next in, another single entry class. This is class 21, a March 22nd bull, DLTM Quick Start. Once again, this is class 21, single entry.
This could be a really fun division because we got one of those single entries again, and I think from all three of them we've seen so far, we're just seeing a transition from being a little younger to a little older here. And again, we got another really proud athletic bull here in the March Bowl. Love the shape he's in. The condition he's in is just right. I mean, he can get out and motor extremely well, flexes off of both ends extremely well, and holds himself together with a really nice balanced package when you set him in motion. This is going to be a fun division.
Your results for Class 21. First place, entry 66, DLTM Quick Start, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Now we will have the first place of those three classes come in for your Division 2, Champion, Reserve, and third overall. Once again, this is your Division 2, Limflex, Bull, Champion, Reserve, and third overall. First coming in is class number 19, entry 60, a June 10th Bull, LRCC, Hidden Treasure. Next in, entry 61, LFL Kingsbury, a May 21st Bull. And then entry 66, VLTM Quick Start, born May 22nd. Once again, this is for your Division 2, Champion, Reserve, and third overall selection.
This is an awesome lineup out here for a division, let alone, and someone's going to have to get beat out here, and I apologize before we start and before I pick two, but boy, let's talk about these. These bulls all got a lot of tools in their box for everybody to utilize and look at. I really like this June bull. I like the little advantage in size and scale for his age, and boy, that bull just gives you a wow factor out of that front end. And when you get behind him, he's got so much pop and so much natural width to him, yet he's still soft in his body, and he's got that extra foot and bone underneath him, and you set him in motion, and he's just effortless on the move. I really like that bull to start off a really strong division. Then we get into our bull here right in front of me, and again, maybe just a little tighter made than the bulls on both ends of him, but boy, he gives you that awesome look up through his front end, really good chested, gives you that awesome hip to him, the way he sets down that hind leg. You know, as compared to bulls on both sides, we just made like to soften him up just a little bit, and I think it get a little tighter in this trio. And then we end up this division with a big March bull here, extremely athletic, the way he holds himself together, the way he keeps that tail head down so strong right behind them shoulders, got a lot of tractability to him, maybe not quite as much horsepower as compared to that bull right up there in front, but boy, I tell you what, that's an awful balanced bull here to end those trio bulls. I'll go pick a grand reserve in this division, but let's give him a big hand. Awful nice set of bulls out here to evaluate.
And your Division 2 champion will be entry 60, LRCC Hidden Treasure, shown by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Your reserve champion goes to entry 66, DLTM Quick Start, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And third overall goes to entry 61, LFL Kingsbury, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Loveland, Texas. Moving right along to our last division, we have two classes. Both classes are single entries. Class 22 is a February 26th bull, Kingston.
Have a very easy doing single entry out here. Got a little advantage in age out here, and a boy you sure admire for his length of body and how good he is out of that front shoulder, the way he comes into that crest and into that head. He blends together really well up through that front third. I mean, there's no question I'd like to lean him up just a notch and clean up that underline just a little bit. But boy, there's a lot of pounds, a lot of bull right there. Congratulations.
And your results for Class 22, first place goes to entry 69, Kingston, shown by Olivia Jacquin from Marthasville, Missouri. Next in, Class 23, another single entry class. We have entry 72, a January 27th bull, DLTM, Kenworth. Once again, this is Class 23.
Have a powerful single entry here. Really liked where he's at for his age. Once again, just in terms of maturity and his condition, and he handles himself extremely well. He's square hipped and got a nice hind leg to him when he moves out, like his scrotal development. The way he blends up there, got a beautiful head and neck on him. Awful lot of quality in this single entry. Congratulations.
And your results for Class 23, first place goes to entry 72, DLTM Kenworth, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Now we will have those first places from Class 22 and 23 back in to decide your Division 3, Limplex Champion and Reserve Champion Bull. From Class 22, we have entry 69, a February 26th bull, Kingston. And from Class 23, we have entry 72, a January 27th bull, DLTM Kenworth. Once again, this will be your Division 3 Champion and Reserve Champion selection.
into our last division here, and again, we got a nice pair of bulls. I think this division comes together pretty handily for me. First of all, we got the young ladies bull again. Talked about how good headed and neck that bull was, how extended he was in his length. Maybe want to lean him up just a notch, but we sure love the durability in that kind. And then the bull, young man's bull here, you like the size, and the scale once again is super long. He really blends together extremely well, and for his age, and still keeping him very mobile at the ground. Beautiful, beautiful look here from the side, and yet he doesn't disappoint when you get behind him. That's an awful good bull to end the last class. Once again, I'll go ahead and pick your grand reserve in this division. Look forward to this drive. It's going to be a heck of a lineup of bulls. Well, let's give these juniors a big hand. They certainly deserve it.
Your Division 3 Limplex champion goes to entry 72 DLTM Kenworth, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Your reserve champion of Division 3 goes to entry 69 Kingston, shown by Olivia Jacquin from Marthasville, Missouri. Next in, we will have our Limplex Bull Drive for Grand Champion, Reserve Champion, and third overall. First in will be our Division 1 champion, which is entry 47, Troubadour, shown by Eliza Truel of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Your Division 2 champion was entry 60, LRCC Hidden Treasure, shown by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Your Division 3 champion was entry 72, DLTM Kenworth, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Next in, we have our reserves from each division. From Division 1, reserve champion was entry 49, SRAD Camouflage, shown by Scarlett Radke of Mitchell, South Dakota. Your Division 2 reserve champion was entry 66, DLTM Quick Start, owned by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And your reserve champion from Division 3 was entry 69, Kingston, shown by Olivia Jacquin of Marthasville, Missouri. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Limplex Bull Drive. We're selecting Grand Champion, Reserve, and third overall. We will be taking a quick picture break after the selection of Limplex Bull, Champion, Grand Champion, and third overall. There will be a picture break.
Really excited to get this Limplex Bulls back out here as a group and division winners. I think there's an awful lot of quality, and once again, we talked about them all once in class and in division there. We won't do that again. I think I definitely got a couple of my favorites out here that kind of surface to the top as far as being practical and still having that look, but having some power and some performance to them, having some foot quality and having some heaviness and structure underneath them, and still putting together that package. And I think we can do that with 3-4 bulls out here, and that's pretty impressive. And that goes back to you kids and you breeders for doing an excellent job. I don't think I've ever seen a bull drive where all the bulls are are fed so good. I mean, they're just fed the right way and they're in the right condition. They're still athletic. They're still youthful in their design. They're still fresh in their condition, and they're still being able to get out and move and cover the ground. And that's really important to me, and then that's really neat to see, especially when we get to this junior show level. So with that, I'll go pick your grand reserve and your third overall today, but certainly put your hands together and congratulate these juniors. This is an awful good lineup of bulls.
And your grand champion, Lynn Flex Bull, goes to entry 60, LRCC Hidden Treasure, shown by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Your reserve grand champion, Lynn Flex Bull, comes out of Division 2 as well, entry 66, DLTM Quick Start, owned by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And third overall comes out of that same division, entry 61, LFL Kingsbury, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. That wraps up our Limplex Bred and Owned Bull Show. We are going to take a picture break with both of our bull shows before we begin our female show. So there will be a quick picture break, and we will move right along. We are ready to roll. Let's go. We will start our Limousin female show. This is Bred and Owned Limousin Females. Starting off with Division 1. Class 24, Entry 74. Entry 74 is a single class. January 2nd, female, Springs Creek, Lou May. Once again, we're starting off with Class 24, single entry. Entry 74, Springs Creek, Lou May. This is January 2nd, female.
Get done with a really good bull show, and we get right back into the Limousin heifers out here. And what a way to start it off with this January heifer calf. So elevated fronted and so elegant up through that front end. It's so long and level spined about her. Great hip on her. Maybe you'd like to give her just a nickel more body shape. Maybe just a little bit more volume. But boy, that type and kind, I see an awful lot of feature in that single entry. Congratulations.
Your result for Class 24, first place, goes to Entry 74, Springs Creek, Lou May, shown by Violet Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. We have 2 entries in Class 25. Class 25 has December 2nd and December 22nd females. Entry 75 is XKLX Karma. And entry 77 is PC Apple Deluxe. Once again, this is Class 25 of your Bred and Owned Limousin females.
Real nice duo December heifer calves over there. A little bit differences in maturity and overall shape and condition out here as compared to each other. But boy, that's an awful nice one to start off with. Super balanced. So good structure through that front shoulder. Get behind her shoulder. Awesome level top to her. Great tail head. Great hip on her. Still got some natural width and natural chest floor in her. Awful nice place to start a real good class. Then We'll get to the heifer there in a second. Maybe giving up just a little bit of the maturity value and look towards our class winner right there. But boy, you see a lot of future. Great headed, really nice neck. The way that thing ties and so top of the shoulder. Excuse me. Falling apart, I guess. But a really nice eye-pulling heifer up through that front end. Really, again, straight, long, level spine about her. Just needs a little bit more time. See an awful lot of future in her growth pattern, the way that heifer is going to come together. That heifer is going to be super competitive on down the line.
And the results for Class 25. First place goes to entry 77, PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 75, XKLX Karma, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. If you're following along in the program, the order for Class 25 was 2-1. We have 2 entries in Class 26. Entry 78 was a scratch, so please scratch entry 78. Entry 79 is November 20th female, MKJM, ELCX, Charmer. Entry 80 is a November 15th female, BNTL, Kokomo. Once again, this is Class 26 in the ring.
We get into our November heifer calves, and I think we'll just go ahead and keep them in the same order. I think this heifer calf will start off really closely resembles that heifer won the last class. Just so much heavy structure underneath her. She's got all the running gear in the world and still got some natural width and power. Love how fresh she is. Like the way she's presented from balance and smooth from end to end. There's no question I got to start the class off with her. Then we'll get into the heifer there in a second. I think she's got a little bit of advantages in terms of the way her chest is pulled back into her, really a nice headed neck one. Maybe not quite as far along as our class winner, but boy, you see all the pieces of the puzzles. I think in that heifer, I think there's going to be a lot of features the way that one grows up.
And your results for Class 26. First place goes to entry 79, MKJM ELCX Charmer, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. And second place goes to entry 80, BNTL Kokomo, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 27, single entry, entry 82. An October 17th female, CBHS Kara.
Again, we got a nice competitive October out here as a single entry. I mean, a lot of volume, depth of rib, really soft, soggy kind of a female. You see a lot of maternal value to this female. This female is just the way she's so fresh in her front one-third, then blows into all that volume and capacity to her. That's an awful high-quality single entry right there. Congratulations.
And your result for Class 27, first place goes to entry 82, CBHS Kara, shown by Corbin Brockus from Holden, Missouri. We will now have our Division I drive. This will be for our selection of Division I champion, reserve champion, and third overall. First in, Class 24, entry 74, Springs Creek, Lou May. From Class 25, we have entry 77, PC Apple Deluxe. From Class 26, we have entry 79, MKJM ELCX Charmer. And from Class 27, we have entry 82, CBHS Cara. Also in our ring is second place from Class 25, entry 75, XKLX Karma. And from Class 26, entry 80, BNTL Kokomo. Once again, this is your selection of Division 1, Limousin champion, reserve champion, and third overall.
I think this is an excellent way to start off our Limousin heifer show here today. Again, on that first class, like I said in class, maybe like to see just a little bit more depth and volume to this heifer, but when you get past that, you like how good she's up to that front end, her long level spine, square hip. That's a nice way to start off the show for us here today. And then we get into that next heifer, and I like her size and scale. I like the amount of power she has. She's so fresh and presented to the tee for you today. But when she gets out and moves, she does it really nice. Hits the ground good and soft, but still pushes off them hind feet with some power to her. I like that heifer quite a bit. And then we get to that heifer there in third. Now, like I said before, I think she kind of resembles that class winner we had right in front of her. You like that depth of rib, the way she comes out of that chest floor, still shows you that maternal value to her, and she's got all that squareness of hip and a little bit more bone and foot than we've seen in a couple. I think that one's got an awful lot of quality. Really nice heifer in this lineup. And then we end up in these class winners in this division right here, and we got a big scale kind of a heifer. Young man does a nice job with this heifer. Deep, soggy, soft. You see a lot of productivity in this female down the line, so big and open in her hip structure. Maybe like to see just a little bit more at the base, right at the ground, as compared to some of those contemporaries right in front of her. But this is an awful good lineup, the way to start off our heifer show here this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and pick your grand reserve in a third here in this division. But once again, let's congratulate these juniors. They did a heck of a job. Got a really nice lineup of cattle.
And your Division 1 Limousin champion goes to entry 77, PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And your Division 1 Limousin Reserve champion comes out of Class 26, entry 79, MKJM ELCX Charmer, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. And third overall comes out of Class 27, entry 82, CBHS Cara, shown by Corbin Bacchus of Holden, Missouri. Moving on to Division 2, we have our start with a single entry class, 28. Single entry, 83. An August 7th female, LLKT Kendall.
after a real solid division, we get into our August heifer calves here, and again, this heifer I like for that size. I like where she's at, and when you get behind her, she's got a ton of power to her, a lot of muscle shape to her, especially through that lower 1/3, and then also when you get down her top, and she's got some natural width of chest floor. You like her bone makeup. I maybe like to just give her just a little bit more flank. I think if we could just drop that down just a notch, I think we get a little bit more balanced look there from the side. But boy, that's a sound, really stout moving one right there. Congratulations.
And your results from Class 28, first place goes to entry 83, LLKT Kendall, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Next in, we have another single entry, Class 29, single entry 84. This is a May 28th female, PFL Katrina.
Again, we got one of these single entries that certainly has a lot of quality to her. Heifer right away when she comes in, you just notice how long-bodied she is for an end of May, darn near 1st of June heifer, and so extended up through that front end, so fresh about that head and neck to her. She's really square from hooks to pins. Again, I think if we could just balance her up just a notch more, give her just a little bit more flank to her, just drop her down a little bit right there. But again, that's a real high-quality single entry in this division.
And your results for Class 29, first place goes to entry 84, PFL Katrina, shown by Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Next in, Class 30. We have 2 entries in Class 30. Entry 85 is an April 2nd female, JCRW Cricket, and entry 86 is an April 1st female, CV Karma. Once again, this is Class 30.
An extra, really good duo of April heifers out here to look at, and for me, there's no question. This heifer, this young man's got, I mean, for her age out here, the way she's put together, she's got a lot of really nice things going for her. I mean, just so fresh, presented extremely well. I like the way that tail head lays into her, but she's still so big hip, still shows you a little bit more shape, especially when you get down low. Love the way that hind leg gets out and moves and flexes to her. But I think the most unique thing about this heifer is when she goes ahead and walks out, watch the way she gets out and bends at that front knee and rotates that shoulder for all that power and just over that natural width she has. She gets out and reaches extremely well. That's an awful good one. And then we get into the heifer there in second. Again, really extended through the front end, got a little bit more extra size and scale to this heifer. Love that length of body. Really a lot of power when you get behind her. She's probably one of the shapier heifers we've seen when we get right behind her. Maybe just like to smooth her up. Maybe just give her a little bit more right at the ground, and I think it'd get a little closer. That's a nice way to really end a really good pair of females. The one we start off with is awful good.
And the results of Class 30, first place goes to entry 85, JCRW Cricket, shown by John Crawford from Big Pool, Maryland. Second place goes to entry 86, CB Karma, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Now we will have our Division 2 champion reserve and third overall selection. Once again, this will be your Division 2 bred and owned Limousin females champion reserve and third overall. Coming in will be your first place from Class 28, entry 83, LLKT Kendall. From Class 29, entry 84, PFL Katrina. And from Class 30, first place, entry 85, JCRW Cricket. The only second place we had in this division is entry 86, CB Karma. Once again, this is your Division 2 champion reserve and third overall selection.
We get into this next division, and certainly a division with a lot of quality once again. First starting off with this young man right in front of me. Again, when that heifer walked in, you just saw how much shape this heifer had. Just the way she pops, the way she drives off them hind two. You get behind her, she got a little bit more extra shape, especially through that lower 1/3 of her hip right there. And the way that head and neck comes out, she balances up really good until we get to that flank. Like I said in class, I'd like to drop that out, down just a little bit more. I think that silhouette would really come together. Then that heifer that comes out of the next class, again, long-bodied, very extended, really level top, good spine kind of a female. Female, once again, I thought we maybe need a little bit more flank, maybe just gets a nickel more rigid right at that hock when she sets it down. But again, that's a real solid kind of female that comes out of that second class. And then we get to the female that comes out of that third class, and she handles that pretty easy. And I tell you, this is an awful nice one, just in terms of being so fresh in her hair coat, the way this heifer's presented, but even more when this one gets out and moves and she drives off with both hands, the way she grabs out of that front end, she gives you that nice, soggy, soft look to her. Yes, she's got some natural width and power to her. That's an awful good one to bookend those trio of females out here in your second division. I'll go out. I think this division comes together a little handily for me. I'll go out here and pick your three winners in this division. Once again, let's put our hands together and congratulate these juniors. Awful good division.
Your Division 2 champion comes out of Class 30, entry 85, JCRW Cricket, shown by John Crawford from Big Pool, Maryland. Your Division 2 reserve champion comes out of Class 28, entry 83, LLKT Kendall, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And third overall, Division II, is entry 84, PFL Katrina, shown by Siddeley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Next in, we'll start Division III. This is a single entry class, 31. This is a January 12th female, entry 92, AVAM Kiki.
Awful nice single entry here. We got a January heifer, and I like the size of this heifer. So long-bodied to her, and yeah, she's so long-hipped. She's square from hooks to pins. Really like the way for that length and that size, for still keeping that tail head down in her. She gets out and moves extremely well. Blends together. She's really smooth from end to end. That's an awful nice January heifer. Congratulations.
Results from Class 31, first place, entry 92, ABAM Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Next class is another single entry, Class 32, entry 93, is a December 4th, female, PC Journey.
Really big, powerful December single entry out here. It's too bad we don't have a few more. I really like the way this one gets out and moves. She's got a little extra foot size underneath her. The way she flexes and the way she bends off of both ends is really kind of neat for a heifer getting this old and this powerful to her. I'll be the first one to admit, she got a nickel of chest. I maybe like to just knock that back just a little bit, but boy, in all reality, I still like that kind, just deep, soggy, square, real fresh in her appearance to her. That's an awful nice one. Look forward to seeing her back in the drive.
Results for Class 32. First place goes to entry 93, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next up, we have another single entry class, class number 33, entry 95. This is on October 2nd, 21 female, LFL Jezebel.
We get into another single entry out here, got an early October, and I think it's pretty impressive when you get them this age and still can keep them in the proper condition and still keep them mobile and moving and balanced from front to back. I think that's really a neat thing to see, so congratulations on that. Super long-bodied heifer, square hip, really nice, made from the hock down, the way she plants off them hind two. Love the rib shape, especially the way she gets out of that chest forward to that fore rib, explodes into a really nice center rib shape to her, got a lot of volume to her. That's an awful high-quality single entry. Congratulations.
And your results from class 33, entry 95, first place, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Now we will have our third and final division drive. This is Division 3, Champion Reserve, and third overall. First in from Class 31, remember all of these were single entries. Class 31, entry 92, January 12th, female, AVAM Kiki. From Class 32, entry 93, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. In Class 33, entry 95, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
We get into our last division, and I guess we only got 3 heifers out here, but boy, what an awful lot of quality. A little bit about each and every one of these. The first heifer in the lineup, young lady does a great job with this heifer, and right away, this heifer's not probably blessed with the most hair in the world, but she doesn't need it. I mean, she's just so smooth made. Love the way she starts. She's got a beautiful head on her. Like the way she ties out the top side of that shoulder, and so nice, long, level spine about her. Love her hip structure. But it's, well, again, it's when she gets off and gets to moving around, she carries herself with a really nice level about her, got a lot of eye appeal to her. That's an awful nice one to start off this lineup. This heifer coming here in second, again, got a really nice fit job on this heifer, and good for them, and got so much body to her, the way she blends into that shoulder. Again, she's really good right behind that shoulder. Maybe doesn't quite have the pop to that pin set as that heifer that's right in front of her, but again, that heifer that we really admire for her bone and her foot size that she has underneath her. And then we get to the heifer in the last class, again, fresh. She said that right away when she came in, fresh for that age. That's a big thing to get done. And again, we're saying that we would like to pull that chest forward back into her just a notch. Maybe make her a little truer in the way she hooks into that chest forward from her navel forward right there. But again, that's a nice way to end a really nice trio of heifers. I think it's going to be real competitive in this division on which way to go, but I think I got my mind up pretty well what I need to do out here, but you guys make your own decisions. But congratulations, young people. Once again, let's congratulate these exhibitors. I'll go pick your three in this division.
And your Division 3 Limousin champion is entry 92, AVAM Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Your Division 2 Reserve champion is entry 93, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And third overall Division 3 is entry 95, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Now we will have our grand champion, bred and owned Limousin female drive. We will pick our grand champion, reserve champion, and third overall. Coming in the ring, first will be our Division 1 champion, entry 77, PC Apple Deluxe, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next in, Division 2 champion, entry 85, JCRW Cricket, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. And from Division 3, entry 92, AVAM Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Second in each division, reserve champion Division 1 is entry 79, MKJM ELCX Charmer, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. From Division 2, reserve champion, entry 83, LLKT Kendall, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And second from Division 3, entry 93, PC Journey, owned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Drive for your bred and owned, purebred Limousin females.
get back out here and we get this drive rolling for the champion Limmy purebred female out here, and what a trio of division winners to have out here. I think you can truly see from that younger division to the older division the transition, and they just got a little bit bigger as the day got along, and they've done it with elegance, and they've done it with power, and they've done it with soundness, and that's not as easy as you think it is to get done at all the time, and as well as you guys have done here today. A little bit about this trio of, I mean, there's no lies. I really like this heifer calf, and I'm not scared of a heifer calf. I think for a December, I mean, I like her size, her scale. She gives you that awesome look, yet she's got a tremendous amount of power and bone and foot quality underneath her, and the way she's presented and the condition she's in, boy, she's just right on here today. And the same thing goes for a middle heifer right here. Now, I'll be the first one to admit, for me, I mean, she's starting to hit that moderate button a little bit for me, but boy, I sure do like that type and kind of that female. Just so sound. She just shows you that extra little body to her, yet she really don't disappoint when you get behind her. She's got a tremendous amount of natural width, a little bit more pin width to her. Love how much integrity she's got down her top, especially when you set her in motion. She's fresh, she's ready. That's an awful good one in the second hole. And then we get to the heifer there in the third hole, and she won that tough division there with a good trio of females there. And like I said before, didn't get blessed with the hair, but boy, she is smooth made. I mean, fed extremely well, presented extremely well. Maybe as compared to some of these contemporaries out here, probably not as long-necked and refined and eye pull up through that front end, but boy, from the shoulders back, I like how smooth, I like the way she blends in there. Big open hip to her, the way she gets out and drives off them hind two. That's an awful good heifer also in this trio. I think it's going to be really hard to kind of decide where to go here. I'm going to take one more second. I know it's been a long day, but I certainly think these kids definitely deserve an extra minute of my time here. But once again, thanks a bunch for asking me to get over here to the Black Hills once again and sort through these tremendous cattle today. We've seen a lot of good ones, from the steers to the bulls to the pairs, and the quality and the divisions have been solid all day. So thank you to the National Limousin Foundation for asking me, and the junior board members working out here in the ring. They've got a thankless job out here, and you people that went ahead and brought the cattle and got them presented to me, got them to the ring here today, and still had a good time at the National Junior Show. So my hat's off goes to all the families, and then especially the trips home. I hope everybody has a safe travel. With that, we still got another show to go after this, so we're going to keep on moving through them, but I'll go ahead and give these juniors a big hand. I've really been blessed to line up the cattle and kids I've seen so far today.
And your grand champion, bred-known Limflex female, comes out of Division II, entry 85, JCRW Cricket, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. And your reserve grand champion, bred-known Limousin female, comes out of class or Division I, entry 77, PC, Afro Deluxe, shown by Tucker Perkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third overall, bred-known Limousin female comes out of Division III, entry 92 AVAM Kiki, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. That concludes our bred-known Limousin female show. We will take a picture break before we start our bred-known Limflex females. Don't forget, tomorrow for lunch, around noon, Live Oak Cattle Company will be serving their famous pastelaya. All proceeds go to next year's Junior Nationals in Tulsa. So they will take donations, but again, all proceeds go to next year's Junior Nationals. Please join all of us around noon for the Live Oak Cattle Company's pastelaya. We are ready to begin our Bredner Limb Flex show. Starting off the Limb Flex show, we have 4 in class 34. These are January 2nd through January 28th females. First in the ring is entry 97, Barry's Lights Out. Next in, entry 99, SJMR Luna. Entry 100, KCLM Lady May. And entry 101, Barry's Late Night. Once again, this is class 34 in the ring. Limb Flex females, born January 2nd through 28th. Once again, another reminder that any and all of the photos being taken by Legacy Livestock will be on their website. You get to download those for free thanks to our photo sponsors: Legacy Livestock Imaging, Red Rock Limousine, Wilder Family Limousine, Davis Limousine, Edwards Landing Cattle, Rafter DP, Black Knight Cattle Company, KLS Farms, and Limousine 365.
We get into our first class of heifer calves here in the Limb Flex show here, and again we got a little bit of variety to look at, and you're just looking for the one that puts the most balance and then being a little bit more complete in their kind. And I think that's certainly our class winner. When she gets her stop and then gives you that silhouette there, just so much middle and power to her, huge hit to her. You still like that bone, and the way she gets her running gear out and gets moving for you, and beautiful head on this heifer. Maybe I'd like to lean her up just a notch for January. We got plenty of time to keep going, but I like the power, I like the substance. I think it's a real easy place to start in this class. And then we get to the heifer there in second, and I did because of the structure value. The way she gets out and plants her feet, the way she reaches and flexes off of both hands, and she's so good headed and neck heifer to her. So maybe I'd like to see a little bit more body to her for this age and her size and scale. But from a skeleton standpoint and a long level line standpoint, I certainly think that heifer goes second in this class. And then the young man coming third, got a big, powerful kind of a female. She's really big-ended when you get behind her, opened up, really wide pin kind of a female, and then she does the same thing in front end. Maybe gets a little bit wider, a little bit out in her track right there. She's a little bit more open on the top side of her shoulder, but you certainly admire the shape and the natural width that heifer does have. Then we end up with the young man here in the end. Probably doesn't have quite the substance and the heavy structure starting at the ground up, but then when you get past that, you like the way that shoulder's laid back, you still like the depth of body and the squareness of hip, maybe just need to see a little bit more heavy structure underneath or side up in this class. But that's a nice way to end our first class, Limplex heifers, real powerful one to start off with.
And your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 100, KCLM Lady May, shown by Kenley Collin of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 99, SJMR Luna, shown by Samantha Jo Moore from Staunton, Virginia. Third place goes to entry 97, Barry's Lights Out, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And fourth place goes to entry 101, Barry's Late Night, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 34 is 3, 2, 1, 4. Now in the ring is Class 35. Class 35 is Limplex females, December 12th through December 17th. Entry 102, JTBW, Cookie Crisp. Entry 103, BULN, Keisha. And entry 105, SJMR, Princess Kate. Once again, this is class 35 of your Limplex females.
Again, you see a little bit of variety out here in this trio here, and for me, there's no question we got the most balanced heifer to win the class. I like how fresh she is, the way this heifer's presented to me. Young lady does a nice job of getting her shown, and when she gets that head up and scooped out of that front end, boy, that heifer can give you a nice look, especially from the side. And then when you get behind her, she's a little wider pin than I expected. I really like that about her, the way she sets down those legs in all four corners. Fresh, attractive, eye-appealing. That's definitely my class winner in this class. Then we get into the heifer there in second, and it's a little bit harder, a little disadvantage. Can't get a real great read on this heifer here, but don't worry, next time she comes out, she'll show better, so that's all right. But again, I think the young man's got a really nice heifer. You know, and when you start analyzing this heifer from that shoulder back, she's straight top, she's square hip, got a little bit more bone and foot size underneath her, and I like that about her. I just wish she maybe was just a little smoother, especially through the point of that front shoulder, but that's a really nice heifer to have to go here in second. Then the young man, we end up the class and got a real eye-pulling heifer up to that front end, just zero chest to her, really nice head about her, really nice neck about her. And just as we start to transition back, we'd like to see a little bit more body, maybe just a little bit more natural width, but the skeleton's there and time's in your favor, young man. I think there's a lot of future in that heifer to end this trio. Thank you.
And your results for Class 35. First place goes to entry 105, SJMR Princess Kate, shown by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Second place goes to entry 102, JTBW Cookie Crisp, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. And entry 103 was number 3, BULN Keisha, shown by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. If you are following along in the program, Class 35, The order was 2, 3, 1. Now in the ring, we have Class 36. Class 36 is November 4th and November 19th, females. Entry 107, T-A-Y-E, Kelly. And entry 109, Spring Creek's Kiera. Once again, this is Class 36 of your Limplex bred and owned females.
Got a real powerful heifer to lead off this pair of Novembers right here, and she does it rather handily, I think. So mobile at the ground, and yet she's got a lot of barrel to her. She's good in her top. Where her advantages are when you get behind her, she's really big pan, big hip kind of a heifer. Heifer that's got just a little bit more substance underneath her. Gives you that nice, deep, soggy, maternal value look to her. That's a real nice place to start this class. Then we get to the heifer there in second. Probably not the maturity levels that heifer right in front of her, but again, a heifer you certainly admire for her length of body. She's really long and level spine about her. She's good out from those hooks to pins. It's just when we start getting to that lower third down, we maybe like to see her just a little bit softer, maybe a little bit more flexible, and she drives off from behind too. That's a nice way to end a competitive class. Solid one to start off with.
And your results for Class 36. First place goes to entry 107, T-A-Y-E, Kelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 109, Springs Creek, Kiera, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Now entering the ring, we have Class 37. Class 37 is October females, October 5th through 17th. Entry 110 is KCLM, Kiss Me More. Entry 111, TJFR, Cadillac. Entry 112, Berries, Crazy, Beautiful. And entry 113, CKES, Katrina. Once again, this is Class 37 in the ring. You can go online now. Our sale of sales has started. Check out the consignments on Limousin 365. The bidding will end tomorrow at 6 p.m.
We get into these class Octobers here, and we got 4 really useful kind of heifers to look at and evaluate. And I think that we're going to start with my class winner. She's a little bit of a problem for me. I'll be the first one to admit that I'd certainly like to clean up that underline underneath her a little bit, and not quite fond of that front shoulder construction, the way she moves and the way she rotates that front shoulder, especially a little lower at the base of the shoulder. But I just can't get past the fact all that bone and foot underneath her and that power, and still can get out and plant off of both ends, super square and super flexible. I think she does enough of that, really, really nice. And with that nice fresh appearance to her, I think you definitely got to go ahead and use her to win this class. And then I think we get into a pair that are very close in my mind. The next young lady again, second, maybe a little moderate for an October, I think, and I think that's why the other heifer wins this class. Just a little bit more size, scale, and power to her. But boy, I like that type and kind. Just so cool looking up through that front end, the way that shoulder pulls back into her, but so good down that top, especially when you get behind her. She's full and tied in really high on the top side of that shoulder, clear back into her hip structure. I just wish we could just see a little bit more elevation to that female slider up in that first place. Now we're getting to the heifer in third, and I think, like I said, closely resembles that heifer in second. Maybe quite not as etched out up to that front end, but I like that barrel. I like that squareness of hip to her. Again, I think it's a heifer we'd just like to see just a little bit more size and scale as comparative to our class winner. And then we get it on to the young man here with the red heifer. I mean, deep-sided, got a lot of durability to her. She's got a tremendous amount of volume, very good-footed, very sound on the move. Got into a tough trio right in front of her, just not probably the extra bells and whistles as far as look and eye appeal, but there's a lot of good skeleton structure in there to end a really competitive class. That was a nice class, a lot of different things to look at. Big, powerful one to start off with.
And your results for Class 37, first place goes to entry 111 TJFR Cadillac, shown by Ty Breed of Bearberry, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 113 CKES Katrina, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third place goes to entry 110 KCLM Kiss Me More, shown by Kenley Collin of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And fourth place goes to entry 112 Barry's Crazy Beautiful, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Class 38 is now in the ring. This is a single entry. Entry 116 is a September 3rd female, Springs Creek Cleopatra.
Have a single entry here in the September class, and again, the first thing you notice how feminine this female is. Just a little really good headed neck on her. She's long spine. Certainly like to pull that tail head down. If we could just do that in her a little bit, I think it'd really balance her and finish off her overall look. But powerful, very long strided, nice single entry.
Your results for Class 38. First place goes to entry 116, Springs Creek Cleopatra, shown by Brooke Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. We now have our Division I champion, reserve champion, and third overall drive. We will pick the top three for Division I Limplex. Coming out of Class 34, we have first place, entry 100, KCLM Lady May, shown by Kenley Collin of Guthrie, Oklahoma. First place from Class 35, we have entry 105, SJMR Princess Kate, shown by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Out of Class 36, we have entry 107, Taye Kelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Out of Class 37, we have entry 111, TJFR Cadillac, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And out of Class 38, we have entry 116, Springs Creek Cleopatra, shown by Brooke Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Our second place from Class 34 is entry 99, SJMR Luna, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Second place from Class 35, entry 102, JTBW Cookie Crisp, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Second place from Class 36, entry 109, Springs Creek Kiera, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Second place from Class 37 is entry 113, CKES Katrina, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Once again, this is your Division I Limflex Champion and Reserve Champion selection, and third overall.
We've seen a little bit more variety than we've seen all day in this particular division, but then once we get our class winners out here, and boy, it's tight. I mean, they all offer something a little bit different, a little bit more significant than the other, and that's a good part about breeding cattle. They just don't all have to be the same. But with saying that, we'll start off with our first class winner, like a second class. I like that type and time. Maybe you'd like to lean her up just a notch for her age right there, but again, you like how much body this heifer has for her age, and when you get behind her, she's got just a little bit more upper hip shape as compared to some of these other heifers in this drive. I like the power. I like that subtle kind, that overall silhouette that heifer gives you. And then you get to the heifer here in second, and this heifer's, we kind of change gears. She's really slick-necked, good-headed to her, and opens up into a big old body to her, and still super square. Maybe not as heavy structured as some of these other heifers in this class, but I like that youthful look. I like the fact that she's a little leaner in her condition, and she does that, and it really helps her in her mobility out here in class and also in this division. And then we get to this October heifer in front of me, and again, that's a heifer I would like to lean up just a notch, because I think this heifer has a lot of good things. I mean, she's big pipe, big-footed. Get behind her. You like how opened up she is in her hip. She's so true and got so much integrity down her top, and the way she reaches out that front end right there, I think that's an awful nice, smooth, balanced, complete one right there. And then we get to the next young man's heifer, and like I said in class, I had a little problem of what to do with that heifer. I think I'd like to change a few things up to that front shoulder, but when I get past that, boy, you like that hip, you like that leg, you like that size and scale and power. You see a lot of useful traits in that kind of female down the road, different ways you can breed and utilize a female like that. And then we end up with that September heifer here in the end, and again, a heifer we'd like to tone down that tail head just a notch, but a heifer that's really feminine up to that front end. That's an awful good lineup. A lot of decisions to be made out here. There's a lot of different ways a guy could go out here. I'm going to go ahead and pick your top three, but once again, let's congratulate these juniors. Awful good set of females out here.
And your Division I Limflex champion comes out of Class 36, entry 107, Taye Kelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Your Division I Limflex Reserve Champion comes out of Class 35, entry 105, SJMR Princess Kate, shown by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. And third overall comes out of Class 34, entry 100, KCLM Lady May, shown by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. We are going to take about a 10-minute pause because it is pouring down rain outside. And we cannot get cattle to the barn without them getting soaking wet. So we are going to take about a 10-minute pause to see if the rain will stop. Okay, change that. We're going to show the next class because they are here. So we're going to go ahead and go on with Class 39, but then we will take a pause if the rain hasn't stopped. All right, we're ready for Class 39. Class 39 is May 3rd through May 27th, females. First in, we have entry 118, SMLA Kaylani. Next in, we have entry 119, TUBV MKNA Kamikaze. And then entry 120, JTBW Queen of Hearts. Once again, this is Class 39 in the ring. May 3rd through May 27th, Limflex bred and earned females.
I can't think of any better way to have a rain delay, and the last thing you see is a heifer like this May female that's going to win this class. I mean, she is elegant, so good-headed and necked, and still so broody and soft and mellow about her look from the side. And when you get behind her, she's got a nice hip, got all that groundwork underneath her. The way she gets out, moves, and handles that power, real fresh, presented to the tee. Congratulations, awful good one to win this class. Young man coming here in second, got into a tough one right in front of him, but boy, she's got a lot of good things about her. She's really erect up through her front end, she's tall-shouldered, she's really long and level about her lines, maybe not quite the groundwork. We'd like maybe to see a little bit more foot and bone underneath that heifer, and I think that really balance her up a little bit more, but boy, that's a nice looking heifer. Gives you a nice look there from the side. Then the young man we're going to end the class with here, got a stout, deep-sided kind of heifer. She's definitely the shapiest heifer in this class. Maybe carrying a little bit more condition, but I think if we'd lean her up and tuck that chest back in there just a little bit, I think it'd clean up there and maybe clean up her udder just a little bit more too. But again, a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of power. It's a nice way to end this class. Excellent, excellent female to start off with.
So all of class 40 is here too, so
And the results for class 39. First place goes to entry 119, TUBV MKNA Kamikaze, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 118, SMLA Kaylani, shown by Maddox Small of Neogen, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 120, JTBW Queen of Hearts, shown by J. Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. We had all of class 49 already here in the barn, so we're going to move on. Class 40, we have entry 121, KESC Lucy's Correct. We have entry 122, PRFKJAW Nelly. Entry 125, Knockout. Entry 126, DJ Kalua. These are April 4th through April 26th females. Once again, this is class 40 in the ring. And if we have classes in the barn, we will show them. If it's still raining while we're waiting on others, we will take a break. This is class 40 of your Limflex females.
Really a nice class of April heifers, and again we got some talking points as we get down class ways here, but definitely got a very unique pair here in the top end. I chose to go ahead with the heifer I think is so fresh in her appearance, and she gets out and handles herself really good, especially off them hind two. I like the added size and scale of this female, and the way she keeps that top. I think what the difference is the way she gets on the top side of that shoulder, and when we get right behind her shoulder, the way she brings that top on down and through her loin edge and out through her hooks and pins. That's an awful nice heifer to go ahead and lead off a tough class. Young man here in second's got a really, really nice heifer. I guess if I were him, I'd be disappointed if I brought a heifer like this to the show. I like the fact that she's so smooth. She's so laid back in that shoulder. She's deep-sided. She's subtle about her appearance, yet she's got that volume, and she's got that cool square hip in her. When you set her in motion, you just see a tremendous amount of quality to her. Maybe not quite the horsepower as that heifer right in front of her, but that's an awful good heifer, young man. Congratulations. Too bad I had to put you in second here today. And the young lady going there in third. Again, she's got that pipey kind of heifer, probably not just quite the overall build as that pair right in front of her, but she's really good looking up through that front end. She's long and level about her spine, like the way that tail head sits down in her. That's an awful nice balanced female to have to go third in a tough class. And then we get kind of the outlier in the class here. We're going to end up with this heifer here, really big scaled, really high performing, big frame kind of a heifer, but she handles that extremely well when you set her in motion. She hits them on both ends. She's super square, points straight forward off of both ends, and you set her in motion. For me, it's just getting a little bit too big on the frame size for this particular class. But that's an awful good heifer and a competitive pair there in the top end. Right?
Your results from Class 40. First place goes to entry 121, KESC Lucy's Carrot. Second place, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Second place goes to 126, DJ Kalia, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Third place goes to entry 122, PRFK JAW Nelly, shown by Julia Weber of Harrisburg, Kentucky. And fourth place goes to entry 125, Knockout, shown by Hannah Hooper of Hale Center, Texas. If you're following in the program, Class 40, the order is 1342. Thanks to our shuttle service outside, we have Class 41 in the ring. Entry 129, J6, Caitlin. Entry 130, FSC, Kit Kat. Entry 131, COBN, in Karma. And entry 132, J6, Red Ruby. Once again, this is Class 41, March 6th through 25th, Limflex bred-known females.
it's too bad that somebody's got to go above the other in this class, because I think we got four extremely good heifers. But for me, this solid red heifer, she hits me pretty hard. I mean, it's just as far as that look and that head and that neck carriage to her, she doesn't have any chest to her. She doesn't overpower you any which way until you get behind her. That's a big old hip to her. She's got a lot of center and lower one-third shape. But I extremely like her bone and her foot when she hits the ground, the way she moves, the way she carries her, and that really eye-appealing package. I think that's an excellent place for me to start in this class. And then I think it gets really close between second and third. Young man stuck with this heifer, and I certainly appreciate it. And I had to give this heifer enough of a look. I'm going to be the first one to admit, I'd like to tone down her front shoulders just a little bit. But boy, she's got a boxcar when you get behind her. Big top, big hip, and that's where her advantages are over the third place heifer. Just got so much more natural width, so much more body, and she still gets out and moves with a little bit of elegance to her. I like that head about her, but again, we just like to tighten up them front shoulders just a little bit. Young man here in third, man, he does a nice job of showing this heifer, and that's a buzzsaw look from the side. I love the way that head and neck comes out. She's true blue down her top. It's just when we start comparing her to those two contemporaries right in front of her, it's when we get behind her, we end up with just a little bit more of an empty skeleton as compared to those two. We'd like to see some more shape and more natural width, especially at the ground. But that's an awful good-looking heifer to have to go in third. Young man goes here in fourth. He's got a real fresh appearing heifer here. She's got a lot of length of body to her. And one of those heifers, I appreciate that size and scale and her running gear underneath her. It's just a balance and a smoothness point as compared to those heifers in front of her. We'd like to see her just balance up just a notch more. That's a real competitive class to have to make a decision on. Awful good red one to start off with.
Your results for Class 41. First place goes to entry 132, Red Ruby, 655K, owned by Ben Spencer of Given, Nebraska. Second place is entry 130, FSC Kit Kat, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Third place, entry 129, J6 Caitlin, shown by Ben Spencer of Given, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 131, COBN Karma, shown by Colton Barton of Paris, Missouri. We have Class 42 ready to come in the ring. First in is entry 137, a February 21st female, TBG Spirit. Entry 139, a February 9th female, J6 Caitlin. And entry 140, a February 2nd female, DJ Catch 22. So once again, this is Class 42 in the ring, February 2nd through February 21st, Limplex females.
Once again, we got a nice trio of heifers, and I think the one I went ahead and chose to lead off this class kind of combines those two heifers. I think she's the most balanced and the most unique at the same time as compared to her contemporaries in this class. But a heifer, you sure like the power. You like the bone, the foot size underneath this heifer. She's extremely square hip and really good the way she lays in the backside of that shoulder to her. And still has some softness and some depth of rib. I think she does the most good things in this class. Definitely had to move her up to win this particular class. Then the young man coming in here second, kind of changed gears. I think this heifer's a little bit more moderate, not quite as long-bodied as the two heifers on both sides of her, but I like her skeletal structure. I like how free and easy moving she is. I like the way she bends and flexes, the way she lays back on that front shoulder. From a freshness standpoint and a condition standpoint, there's no question I had to go second with her in this class. And then we get the big, broody female we're going to end the class with. Definitely got an advantage in the size and scale and depth of rib. Maybe we'd like to just pull her back to see they lean her up. I think we'd pull that chest forward back into her. I think that'd freshen that female up quite a bit. But that's a nice way to end a real competitive class. Once again, this division's going to be real interesting out here to look at and evaluate. A lot of good heifers coming forward.
And your results for Class 42. First place goes to entry 137 TBG Spirit, shown by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 139 J6 Caitlin, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 140 DJ Catch 22, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Now we will have our Division II champion, reserve champion, and third overall selections. Coming in from class 39, we have entry 119, TUBB MKNA Kamikaze, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. First place from class 40 is entry 121 KESC Lucy's Carrot, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Class 41 winner was entry 132 J6 Red Ruby, earned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. First place from class 42 was entry 137 TBG Spirit, earned by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas. Second places that are coming in for the ring for Division II. From class 39, second place was 118 SMLA Kalani, shown by Maddox Small of Neodesha, Kansas. From class 40, second place was 126 DJ Kalia, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place from class 41 was entry 130 FSC Kit Kat, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And second place from class 42 was entry 139 J6 Caitlin, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Once again, this is your Division II. Bred and owned, Limflex champion, reserve champion, and third overall.
We get into our Division II lineup out here, and we've seen some awful good heifers in this division. We had to send a couple of them back to the barn, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. But again, that's how good these first and second places in each respected classes have been so far. First off, we'll start with this May heifer down here. I mean, fresh, good looking. Just love the way that heifer reaches out of that front end. Yet she doesn't give anything up. She's so balanced. The way she comes out of that chest forward, so good, and got that nice turn to that rib. head, big open hip. Love that bone. That's an awful good one to start off this lineup. Then we turn into the next class. Young man won a really nice class. It was an awful good second in that class, as I remember. And, you know, when you get this heifer out here and you start comparing them to the bookends in this particular division, maybe you'd like to tilt that shoulder back just a little bit. Maybe that'd free her up just a notch more out of that front end. But like the size, like the scale, like the depth of body to it, like all the footwork underneath that heifer also, again, that's an awful nice one that wins that next class. And then we get into their dark red heifer here. She won a real competitive class there. There was a lot of differences in that class to look at, but she wins because of balance and just being alter complete. She's super cool, gives you a little extra pizzazz up through that front end. I like her spine. She's so long and level. But when you really get the difference is where you get her from her hooks to her pins, the way she drops that hind leg to the ground. That's really cool and that's really unique. It still keeps that tail head in there. I like that heifer quite a bit also. And then we end up this lineup here, got into a good class there once again, and heifer's been kind of fighting them a little bit out here, so it's hard to get a good read how that heifer comes out of that front shoulder. But we like the power, we like the scale of that heifer, we like the footwork underneath her also, especially when she's pressing off those hind teeth. I think this is an awful good division, a tremendous amount of quality. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these juniors. I'll go ahead and get 3 out of here.
And your Division II Limflex champion comes out of Class 39, entry 119, TUBB MKNA Kamikaze, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And your Limflex Reserve champion for Division II comes out of Class 41, entry 132, J6 Red Ruby, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Third overall for Division II, also comes out of Class 41, entry 130, FSC Kit Kat, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. We are ready for Class 43. This begins our Division 3. This is January 8th and 20th females. First entry is entry 141, RGMA Kim. Entry 142 is CHAC Kimmy. Once again, this is Class 43 in the ring.
We got a nice duo of January heifers here, and definitely got two different kinds, so it took a minute just to kind of make a decision here, but there's no question for me. Young lady's got a little bit more size and power to this kind of a female, but this female's so fresh in her condition, and she's so mild, mobile in the move. She's got that extra length of body to her. You like her substance when she hits the ground. I think that's a real logical place to go in this class. Young man's heifer in second, maybe a little more moderate than our class winner, but a heifer that's got a nice look. She's really etched out up to that front end. She's really laid back in the shoulder. It's just when you kind of get going down her top, I'd like to just maybe see just a little bit more a natural width and power. But again, that's a nice place to end a really good duo of females to start off after that powerful division.
And your results for Class 43. First place goes to entry 141, RGMA Kim, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. Second place goes to 142, CHAC Kimmy, owned by Logan Joseph Sashery of Dayton, Texas. We are moving right along with Class 44. This is a single entry class, a December 3rd female, entry 143, LDIL Jade.
we start getting into these senior yearlings and they get a December heifer out here and still being that lean in their composition and still that pulled apart. I mean, so extended up through that front end, extremely long-bodied, long-hipped kind of a female. And then she handles it so good. When she gets off them hind two, she flexes and grabs that ground extremely well. That's a really nice single entry. Look forward to seeing her again.
Your results for Class 44. First place goes to entry 143, LDIL Jade, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Next up, we have another single entry class, Class 45. We have entry 146, which is a November 3rd female, TAYE Jelly. Once again, this is Class 45 in the ring.
Extremely shapy, big old senior yearling here. I like her size and her length, but the biggest thing that I like about this female is when you get around behind her. Big-handed, big top kind of a female, still got some width of chest to her. Still shows you some depth of rib and that soft, subtle rib shape that I like to see and all that bone work underneath her. I would like to just lean her up just a notch. I think that heifer would look extremely fresh and a little bit more eye-appealing up to that front end, but love the power and that big old hip in that female. Good single entry.
And your results for Class 45, first place goes to entry 146, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Next in the ring, we have Class 46. 2 entries in Class 46. Entry 148 is an October 19th female, LDIL Jovi, and entry 149 is an October 2nd female, KMHS Gemma. Once again, this is Class 46 in the ring. Exhibitors, please keep in mind once we select or once the Grand Champion Reserve gets selected, we will be doing the best pair of females and the state group of females.
Really got a nice pair once again, and I think they're a little bit different. They're type and kind, but I really like this kind of heifer this young lady's got out here. Just all that heaviness of structure and then big feet underneath her, and she gets out and moves so good and reaches out that front end yet, and she's so stout and shapy when you get behind her, yet she gives you that maternal look to her from the side. I think that one's awful good to start off this class. Young lady got here in second, again, got into a tough one right in front of her. Heifer comes at you with just a nickel more chest, and maybe we would like to have her a little stronger, a little bolder right behind them shoulders, but heifer really got to appreciate for her depth of body, how big and long and square hip that female is. She can get out and motor extremely well. It's just a really good pair of females, really stout one to start off with.
In the results for Class 46, first place goes to 149 KMHS Gemma, shown by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 148 LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. If you're following along in the program, the order for Class 46 is 2-1. Our last class for Division 3 is Class 47. First in, we have entry 150, a September 17th female, PCOL Jessie. Next in, entry 151, a September 4th, Winflex female, 2T Jaybird. Once again, this is Class 47 in the ring. After this, we will select our Division 3 Limflex champion, and then after that, we will be selecting Grand and Reserve and third overall.
I think it gets a little tighter in this class, and I think it just whatever you want to go in your own preference, but I want to take this a little bit more of a moderate heifer here, but boy, when he gets her pulled together, a big old hip to her, love that hind leg, just love the way that tailhead sits in there, just when she gets out and travels, she's a little bit taller shoulder, a little bit more erect up to that front end, like the femininity of that head and neck. I think that's an excellent place to start in this class. Young ladies, heifer you like here, got here in second. Again, a heifer's got a little bit more chest, but a big booty, kind of a female. Female, it's got a big old long hip to her. She gets out that front end still for all that weight and that size to her. I think that's a nice way to end this class. But again, those are two really nice fall females right there.
And your results for Class 47. First place goes to entry 151, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Second place goes to entry 150, PCOL Jessie, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Now we will be selecting our Division 3 Winflex Champion Reserve and third overall. Coming in from Class 43, first place was entry 141, RGMA Kim, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. First place from Class 44 is entry 143, LDIL Jade, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. First place from Class 45 is entry 146, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. First place of Class 46 was entry 149, KMHS Gemma, shown by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. First place from Class 47 was entry 151, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Our second places coming in the ring from Class 43 is entry 142, CHAC Kimmy, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Class 44 and 45 did not have a second place. They were single entries. Class 46, second place was 148, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. In Class 47, second place was 150, PCOL Jesse, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Once again, this is your Division III, Limflex, Bred-Known Champion Reserve, and third overall. After this division, we will be selecting the Grand, Reserve, and third overall. Also, so everyone knows, the Hall of Fame presentation has been pushed back a little bit. It will be at 7:30 at the Holiday Inn. So once again, the Hall of Fame presentation will be at 7:30 at the Holiday Inn.
We get into our last division before this championship drive, and I just keep getting impressed in every division, the way you can keep bringing out these class winners in these seconds and being so stout throughout the whole classes. It's been a really, really good show, and this division is no different. It makes it a little bit more difficult when you get to added age. With age, you know, I'll take it for myself, you know, you have a few more problems the older you get, and boy, these young kids have done a really nice job of keeping these cattle together and keeping them fresh. First starting off in the first of this lineup right here, this young lady came out of that January class, and she had a little bit more size and scale in that class, but I like that heifer because of her length of body and how fresh in appearance that heifer is, and still keeps that top together, still has that nice little square hip to her. That's a nice way to go to start this division. And then we'll move on to the next young lady there, and again, a heifer that's got a little bit more chest to her. She probably got a little bit over set the way she hooks her neck into her shoulders, but when we get past that point, we like how deep that heifer is, how much barrel and volume she has, and still gets out and flexes and real mobile at the ground. And then the young lady in front of me, I mean, this is a stout son of a gun here. I mean, big pipe, big feet, big hand, and when you get behind her, I think she just pushed a little extra condition and comes at you just a little bit square-headed to her, and it kind of takes away from the overall eye appeal. But boy, you gotta like the stoutness and overall performance of that female. And then the young lady right next to me, I mean, this heifer is stout, presented to the tee, super square, real fresh in her appearance there, and keeps herself together and gets out and drives off of both ends. That's an awful good one, this lineup. And then we end up here with the September heifer, and came out of that class, and she gets out here and starts comparing to these other females in this lineup. She starts to hit you just a little bit more. She's very, very typey kind. She's very feminine up through that front end. Yeah, you like that barrel to her, but where she really excels from hooks to pins, the way she sets that leg down, that's really unique, and that really makes and gives her a nice balanced look. I think it's going to be a little tougher here for our reserve and our third than I originally thought it was, but before I go out here and pick your top three in this division, once again, let's congratulate these juniors. Heck of a show out here.
Your Division III Limflex champion comes out of Class 46. It's entry 149, KMHS Jenna, shown by Carly Mo Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Your Division III Limflex Reserve champion comes out of Class 47. Entry 151, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. And third overall for Division 3 comes out of Class 43, Entry 141, RGMA Kim, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. He's coming back, I promise. We are going to get lined up for our Grand Champion Drive and start that in just a few seconds. All right. Moving right along, we are now ready for our Grand Champion Bred and Owned Linflex Female Drive. Division 1 champion was entry 107, T-A-Y-E Kelly, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Division 2 champion was entry 119. TUBB MKNA Kamikaze, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And Division 3 winner was entry 149, KMHS Gemma, owned by Carly May Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Next in, we have our reserve champion from Division 1, entry 105, SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. From Division 2, our reserve champion, entry 132, J6 Red Ruby, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And reserve champion from Division 3, entry 151, 2T Jaybird, owned by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Once again, this is our grand champion, bred and owned Limflex female drive. We will choose grand, reserve, and third overall. Directly following this, we will not take a picture break. We will select best pair and state group of females before we take pictures.
Well, guys, I've certainly had a blast getting a chance to evaluate these cattle. I certainly be amiss if I didn't thank Mallory for asking me to judge this, and I sure appreciate you keep emailing my wife to make sure she knows I'm going to be here and knows I'm going to judge this. So I appreciate both those women in my lives that keep me on track. But it's certainly been an honor, and the ring help's been second to none, and the kids have been fun to work with. But I can't get past the cattle. The strides that every breed's going through and ever, changing, and the industry keeps on changing. But boy, the cattle just keep on getting better. I am so thankful my kids aren't shown anymore, because it'd be tough to get a banner, and I'm thankful for that. But it's been an incredible deal, and I think a lot of people need to just sit back and realize how important it is to raise a family in a junior activity program. I lucky was a kid, and my folks raised me in the junior program, and we raised our kids in the junior program, and I think there's so many things that you learn, and you meet so many people, the networking, and just everything, the work ethic, to just being polite and being a good person, I think all starts right here. So thank you for keeping the program alive. I think it's pretty important. Last week I was in Huron and did the Galway Junior Nationals, and I'm a big LA Ram fan. Once again, I get no cheering. I'm probably the only one in the state, and I like to quote Kurt Warner. I like to watch that Kurt Warner, The Underdog movie there, and he always says life is not about achievement, it's about who you become. And I think that's so good to think about with a junior program. What would you become if it would have been for this junior program? What would you have become if your parents didn't pack you up and haul you 10 hours? What would you become if they didn't make you get up this morning to wash a heifer? I think it's a very important fact to learn and carry on and go ahead and do with the next generation. With that, guys, I just want to say thank you. It's been a fun day. We kind of moved a lot of cattle through the ring rather quickly this afternoon, but there's a heifer out here. I'm just bagging the slap, and I'm going to go ahead and do it. Thanks, everybody, and let's go ahead and give these kids and everybody involved and everybody back to shoots a big hand.
And your grand champion, bred and owned, Limflex female, comes out of Division 2, entry 119, TUBB MKNA Kamikaze, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Your reserve grand champion Breadman Winflex Females comes out of Division 2 also. Entry 132, J6 Red Ruby, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And your third overall comes out of Division 1, entry 107, T-A-Y-E Kelly, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy,